I've spent the better part of a decade trying to convince myself that memory is a fluid, unreliable thing. We've all heard the studies, how every time you recall an event, you're actually just remembering the last time you remembered it, smoothing out the jagged edges until the truth is nothing more than a polished stone of a lie. But some things don't out. Some things stay sharp enough to draw blood every time you touch them. I was 24 when this happened. At that age, you still have this lingering sense of invincibility, a belief that the world is a known quantity with set rules. I had just moved into a small, pre-war rental in a town that most people only pass through on their way to the coast. It was a drafty, one-bedroom place on the second floor of a converted Victorian. The rent was cheap, the floors creaked with character, and the landlord was a man named Mr. Henderson, who seemed more interested in his garden than in ever checking on his tenants. My bedroom was my sanctuary. It was a square, unremarkable room with a single window that looked out over the overgrown backyard and an old oak tree that clawed at the siding whenever the wind picked up. I knew that room. I knew where the floorboards groaned. I knew the exact way the street lamp filtered through the blinds, casting long, skeletal shadows across my rug. I'd spent 6 months in that house. I had mapped every inch of it. The night it started was a Tuesday. It was one of those suffocatingly humid nights where the air feels like a wet wool blanket. I had been working late on a freelance project, my eyes burning from the blue light of my laptop. Around 2:00 a.m., I finally called it quits, brushed my teeth, and crawled into bed. I didn't turn on the overhead light. I just relied on the dim glow of my phone as I plugged it into the wall. I laid my head down on the pillow, facing the interior wall, the one that shared a partition with the hallway. I was seconds away from drifting off when I felt a sudden, sharp drop in temperature. It wasn't just a draft. It was as if someone had opened a commercial freezer door right behind my head. I rolled over, expecting to see that I'd left the door to the hallway open, but the door was shut. My eyes traveled along the wall, and that's when my heart did a slow, sickening roll in my chest. There, situated perfectly between my dresser and the corner of the room, was a window. It wasn't a large window. It was maybe 2 feet wide and 3 feet tall, framed in dark, unfinished wood that looked ancient. But here is the thing you have to understand, the thing that I still scream about in my sleep. That wall was an interior wall. Behind that wall was the hallway and the linen closet. There was no physical way for a window to be there. There was no exterior to look out into. My first thought wasn't fear. It was a profound, dizzying sense of confusion. I sat up, my sheets pooling around my waist, and stared at it. I thought I was dreaming. I actually pinched the bridge of my nose and closed my eyes, counting to 10, waiting for the hallucination to dissolve into the darkness. When I opened them, the window was still there. It didn't look like the other window in the room. The glass was thick and wavy, the kind of seeded glass you see in old churches. And behind the glass there was nothing but a dense, oily blackness. It wasn't the darkness of a hallway at night. It was a vacuum. It was a hole in the world. I stayed frozen for what felt like an hour, though it was likely only minutes. My brain was working overtime trying to find a glitch in my memory. Did Henderson come in and install this while I was out? No, that was impossible. There was no sawdust on the floor, no smell of fresh paint. The wood of the frame looked like it had been there for a century. It was settled into the drywall as if the house had been built around it. Eventually, the silence of the room became louder than the confusion. I realized that the crickets outside had stopped chirping. The oak tree had stopped scratching the house. The world had gone deathly, unnaturally still. I reached out a hand. My fingers were trembling so violently I had to grip my own wrist to steady it. I wanted to touch the glass. I wanted to prove it was a mirror or a trick of the light. But as my hand moved closer to that dark pane, a sensation of pure, animal dread washed over me. It was the limbic leap, that primal part of the brain telling you to run before you even know what you're running from. I pulled my hand back, and that's when I saw the movement. Inside the darkness of the window, the window that led to nowhere. Something shifted. It was a slow, deliberate tilt, like a head leaning into view. I couldn't see a face. I couldn't see features, but I saw the silhouette of something pale and elongated, pressed just inches away from the other side of the glass. It was staring at me. I couldn't see its eyes, but I felt the weight of its gaze. It was a heavy, predatory stare that made the hair on my arms stand straight up. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My throat had tightened into a hard knot of salt and terror. I just sat there in the dark, staring back at a window that shouldn't exist, watching a shape that shouldn't be real. I tried to tell myself it was a reflection. That's the first lie we tell ourselves, isn't it? It has to be a reflection. I moved my head to the left. The shape in the window didn't move. I moved to the right. The shape remained perfectly still, centered in the frame. It wasn't me. It wasn't anything in the room. The rational part of my mind, the part that was desperately clutching at the remnants of my sanity, suggested it might be a shadow cast by the street lamp through the actual window. I turned my head to look at the real window on the opposite wall. The blinds were shut tight. Not a single sliver of light was leaking through. When I turned back, the shape in the new window had moved closer. Now I could see the faint, blurred outline of fingers, long, spindly fingers with too many joints pressed flat against the glass. They weren't pushing, they were just resting there, waiting. I scrambled backward, hitting my head against the headboard. The thud echoed in the silent room, sounding like a gunshot. I waited for the shape to react, for the glass to shatter, for a voice to call out. But nothing happened. The figure just stood there, its pale hands ghosting against the seated glass, watching me fail to comprehend my own reality. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't even move. I sat huddled against my headboard with the bedside lamp turned on, the yellow light doing nothing to diminish the terrifying clarity of the window. I watched it until the sun began to bleed through the real blinds on the other side of the room. As the first rays of morning light hit the interior wall, the window didn't vanish like a ghost in a movie. It didn't fade away. It just was. But in the daylight, the darkness behind the glass had changed. It was no longer a void. It looked like the interior of a room I didn't recognize. A room with floral wallpaper that was peeling in long, wet strips, and a floor covered in what looked like dead leaves. I stood up, my legs weak and shaky, and walked toward the wall. I had to know. I reached out and touched the frame. It was cold, real, solid wood. I pressed my ear to the glass. From the other side, I heard a sound that I still hear every time the house gets too quiet. It wasn't a scream or a growl. It was the sound of someone breathing, slow, wet, and rhythmic, right on the other side of the pane. I bolted. I didn't grab my shoes. I didn't grab my wallet. I ran out of the room through the hallway that should have been on the other side of that glass, and out the front door. I stood on the sidewalk in my pajamas, gasping for air, looking up at my second-story apartment. From the outside, there was only one window. The oak tree brushed against the siding. Everything looked normal. Everything looked safe. I called Mr. Henderson from a payphone at the gas station 2 blocks away. My voice was hysterical, rambling about a hole in the wall, about a window that wasn't there yesterday. He sounded confused, then annoyed. He agreed to meet me at the apartment with his master key. We walked up the stairs together. I stayed behind him, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. "I'm telling you, it's right there," I whispered as we reached the bedroom door, between the dresser and the corner. Henderson pushed the door open. He stepped into the room and stopped. He looked at the wall. Then he looked at me, his expression shifting from annoyance to genuine concern. "Son," he said, "what are you talking about?" I pushed past him, pointing at the wall. "Right there, look at the..." The words died in my throat. The wall was blank, smooth, eggshell-white drywall, no frame, no glass, no peeling wallpaper. I ran my hands over the surface, searching for a seam, a bump, anything. It was solid. I pounded on it, the sound dull and muffled. There was no void behind it, just the studs and the quiet space of a normal house. "You've been working too hard," Henderson said, patting my shoulder in that condescending way older men do. "Stress does funny things to the eyes. Get some sleep. Maybe take a few days off." I wanted to believe him. I desperately wanted to believe I had suffered a brief psychotic break. I stayed in the apartment that day, moving my dresser in front of that section of the wall, locking the bedroom door, and sitting in the living room with every light on. But late that evening, as I was trying to work up the courage to go back into the bedroom to get my phone charger, I heard a sound. It was a faint, rhythmic tapping. Clack, clack, clack. It wasn't coming from the pipes. It wasn't the oak tree. It was coming from the bedroom. It was the sound of a fingernail tapping against thick, heavy glass. I stood frozen in the hallway. I knew if I opened that door, the dresser would be pushed aside. I knew the window would be back, and I knew that this time, the person on the other side wouldn't be content to just watch. I didn't open the door. I left the apartment and never spent another night there. I lost my deposit, left half my furniture, and moved into a crowded dorm-style apartment in the city where I was never, ever alone. A few months later, I did a deep dive into the local archives of that town. I found an old floor plan of the house from 1924. The Victorian had originally been a single-family home before being split into apartments. In the original blueprints, my bedroom hadn't been a bedroom. It had been a nursery. And on that interior wall, there had been a small observation window, designed for a nurse to check on the infant from the hallway without opening the door and waking them. The window had been boarded over and plastered during a renovation in the 40s after a tragic accident involving a child in a structural fire. The records were vague, but one detail stood out. The child hadn't died in the fire. They had disappeared. The search parties had checked every inch of the house, but they never found him. One witness, a neighbor, claimed she saw the boy's face in the small nursery window while the house was engulfed in smoke. The problem was, by the time she saw him, that window had already been covered by brick and plaster for over 5 years. I don't go into rooms with interior windows anymore. I don't like the way glass reflects the dark, because I know that just because you cover something up, just because you paint over it and pretend it's not there, doesn't mean it goes away. Sometimes it's just waiting for the right person to look back, and sometimes it's tired of being on the outside looking in. The transition from my old life to my new one was a frantic, blurred sequence of folding boxes and avoiding eye contact with the walls. I told myself that by moving into the city, into a building made of reinforced concrete and glass that didn't predate the moon landing, I would be safe. I found a space on the 12th floor of a high-rise. It was all straight lines and industrial carpet. There were no creaking floorboards, no Victorian charm, and most importantly, no history. For 3 years, the plan worked. I became a creature of the light. I kept 3 lamps in my studio apartment, all on timers so that I never had to enter a dark room. I worked a corporate job that required me to be in a cubicle under the soul-sucking but comforting hum of fluorescent tubes. I avoided the archives. I stopped looking up the history of the boy in the nursery. I convinced myself that the tapping I'd heard was a localized haunting, a residual haunting tied to the geometry of that specific Victorian house. If the window was a bridge, I had burned it by moving 20 miles away. But the thing about trauma is that it doesn't just sit in the past. It waits for your guard to drop so it can recontextualize your present. It started again on a Tuesday. It's always Tuesdays. I was standing in the kitchenette of my apartment, heating up a cup of coffee. The sun was setting, casting a long, orange glow over the city skyline. I was looking at my reflection in the microwave door when I noticed something off about the light in the room. The shadows weren't stretching away from the windows that overlooked the street. They were stretching away from the bathroom door. I turned slowly. The bathroom door was closed, but a sliver of light was bleeding out from underneath it. A cold, pale light, Not the warm yellow of the LED bulb I kept in there, but a bruised, sickly violet. My breath hitched. I hadn't turned that light on. I lived alone. I walked toward the door, my socks sliding silently over the laminate flooring. My hand hovered over the knob. I could hear it then, the sound of water. Not a faucet running, but a slow, rhythmic splashing. Like someone was trailing their fingers through a deep pool. Drip, swish, drip. I pushed the door open. The bathroom was empty. The tub was dry. The sink was bone white and glistening. But on the wall above the toilet, where there should have been nothing but a towel rack and a framed print of a lighthouse, there was a frame. It wasn't the dark, unfinished wood of the Victorian house. This frame was sleek, black, and modern, matching the aesthetic of my new apartment. But the glass was the same, thick, seeded, and wavy. The observation window had followed me, or perhaps it hadn't followed me at all. Perhaps it had simply waited for me to settle into a new nursery. I didn't run this time. The terror was still there, a cold weight in my gut, but it was joined by a frantic, white-hot anger. I was tired of being hunted by architecture. I stepped into the small bathroom, the air instantly dropping 20 degrees. My breath began to mist in the air. I looked through the glass. The room on the other side wasn't the room with the peeling floral wallpaper anymore. It had changed. It was a reflection of my own bathroom, but distorted, as if seen through a funhouse mirror. The tiles were cracked and weeping a dark, viscous fluid. The mirror over the sink in that other bathroom was shattered, and standing in front of it was the figure. It was taller now, or maybe it was just standing straighter. It still had those long, multi-jointed fingers, but now I could see the rest of it. It wore a garment that looked like a burial shroud, gray and tattered, clinging to a frame that was impossibly thin. Its skin wasn't white. It was the color of a drowned thing, a translucent, waxy gray that seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light. It wasn't looking at the shattered mirror. It was looking at the window. It was looking at me. It didn't have eyes, not in the way we do. Where the eyes should have been, there were two deep, perfectly circular pits of shadow. They didn't reflect the light of my bathroom. They swallowed it. The figure raised a hand. Slowly, with an agonizing deliberation, it pressed a single finger against the glass. Clack. The sound didn't come from the glass. It echoed inside my own skull. "What do you want?" I whispered. My voice sounded small and brittle in the frigid air. The figure didn't speak. It tilted its head, the same predatory movement I'd seen years before. Then it began to move its finger. It wasn't tapping anymore. It was tracing something on the glass. I watched, mesmerized by the horror of it, as the frost from my own breath began to coat the pain on my side. The figure was writing. The letters were backwards from my perspective, etched into the grime on the other side of the glass. I scrambled to mentally flip them. OPEN asterisk. "No," I said, my voice rising. "No, you stay there, you stay in the walls." The figure stopped writing. The pits of its eyes seemed to widen. It leaned closer until its face, that smooth, featureless expanse of waxy flesh, was pressed against the glass. I could see the faint indentation of its nose, the way the skin flattened against the pane. It had no mouth, yet I could hear its breathing. It was louder now, wet, labored. H-H-H-H-Chow, H-H-H-H-Chow. Then the window began to rattle. It wasn't a violent shaking. It was a subtle vibration, the kind you feel in your teeth when a heavy truck passes by. But it was constant. The black frame groaned. The drywall around it began to spiderweb with tiny hairline cracks. I backed out of the bathroom, slamming the door and leaning my weight against it. I could feel the vibration through the wood. It felt like the entire wall was becoming liquid, losing its structural integrity. I ran to my front door, grabbing my coat and keys, but as I reached for the handle, I stopped. I looked at the wall next to the door. A new window was forming. It wasn't a slow process this time. I watched as the paint bubbled and peeled away, revealing the dark wood of a frame that seemed to grow out of the studs like a fungus. The glass shimmered into existence, translucent one moment, solid the next. This window was different. It wasn't an observation window. It was a floor-to-ceiling bay window, like the kind you'd find in a grand parlor, and behind it wasn't a distorted bathroom. It was a field. A vast, gray field under a sky the color of a bruise. The grass was tall and dead, swaying in a wind I couldn't feel, and scattered throughout the field were hundreds of them. The figures. Some were small, the size of children. Others were towering, their limbs elongated to grotesque proportions. They were all facing the window. They were all facing me, and they were all walking. They didn't run. They didn't have to. Their gait was a jerky, uneven twitch like a film with missing frames, but with every twitch they were closer. I looked back at the bathroom door. It was bulging outward now, the wood splintering. The thing in the bathroom was trying to push the window through the door itself. I was being surrounded. The apartment, my sanctuary of concrete and light, was being overwritten. The geometry of the world was folding in on itself, and I was the crease. I realized then that it wasn't about the house in the Victorian town. It wasn't about the nursery or the boy who disappeared. The window wasn't a haunting. It was an invitation, or a debt. I remembered a detail from my research that I had buried deep in the back of my mind. The neighbor who saw the boy in the window during the fire, she hadn't just seen him. She'd claimed he was smiling. She declaimed he was waving at her, not for help, but as if he were leaving on a journey. The boy hadn't been trapped by the window. He had been taken by it. The vibration in the apartment reached a crescendo. A glass on my counter shattered. The lights flickered and died, plunging the room into that oily, vacuum darkness I remembered from the first night. In the dark, the windows were the only source of light. They glowed with that sickly violet hue, illuminating the shapes that were now pressing against the glass from every side. The bay window was crowded with faces, dozens of those smooth, eyeless masks, their hands carpet-bombing the glass with a frantic, rhythmic tapping. Clack, 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 clack. It sounded like hail on a tin roof. It was deafening. I fell to my knees in the center of the room. There was nowhere to run. Every wall was becoming a window. My kitchen cabinets were dissolving into panes of seeded glass. The ceiling was beginning to show the gray, bruised sky of the field. I closed my eyes and pressed my hands over my ears, screaming into the void of my own lungs. I waited for the glass to break. I waited for the cold, waxy fingers to find my throat. But the glass didn't break. The sound stopped. I stayed there for a long time, shivering, my eyes squeezed shut so hard I saw stars. When I finally found the courage to open them, the apartment was silent. The lights were back on. The sun had fully set and the city lights were twinkling outside my actual windows. I looked at the bathroom door. It was perfectly flat, no cracks, no bulges. I looked at the wall by the front door. The paint was smooth. I stood up, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I checked the bathroom. Dry, empty, normal. I sat on my sofa and stayed there until dawn, clutching a kitchen knife I knew would be useless against something that lived in the architecture of the universe. I thought I had survived it. I thought it was another episode, a manifestation of my own deteriorating sanity. I even laughed, a harsh, jagged sound that scraped my throat. "It's not real," I whispered to the empty room. "It's just a trick of the mind." I stood up to go to the kitchen to splash some water on my face. I passed the long hallway mirror, the one I'd bought at an IKEA 2 years ago. I stopped. I looked at my reflection. I looked normal, tired, pale, with dark circles under my eyes, but normal. Then I looked at the wall behind me in the reflection. In the mirror, the wall of my hallway was gone. In its place was the window, the dark, unfinished wood, the seeded glass. And in the reflection, I wasn't alone. The figure was standing right behind my reflected self. Its long, spindly arm was draped over my shoulder. Its finger was pressed against my reflected cheek. I spun around. There was nothing behind me, just the empty hallway and the white paint. I looked back at the mirror. In the reflection, the figure leaned in close to my ear. It didn't have a mouth, but I saw the skin ripple where a mouth should be. And then I heard it, not in my head, not in the room. I heard it coming from the mirror itself. "Found you," it whispered. The voice didn't sound like a monster. It sounded like a child who had been screaming in a smoke-filled room for 70 years. I didn't bolt this time. I couldn't. My legs felt like they were made of lead. I watched as the reflected version of myself began to change. My skin began to take on that waxy, translucent gray. My eyes began to sink into my skull, turning into dark, bottomless pits. I reached out to touch the mirror, to prove it was just glass, but my hand didn't hit a solid surface. It went through. The surface of the mirror felt like cold, viscous oil. It gave way with a sickening, wet pop. I tried to pull my hand back, but the reflected figure, the thing that used to be me, grabbed my wrist. Its grip was like a vise of ice. "Your turn," the child's voice said. I was pulled forward. The transition wasn't violent. It was a slow, inevitable folding. The smell of the apartment, the scent of coffee and old dust, was replaced by the smell of wet earth and ancient, stagnant air. I stumbled, my feet landing not on the laminate floor, but on something soft and crunching. I looked down. Dead leaves. I looked up. I was standing in a room with peeling floral wallpaper. The air was thick with the smell of old smoke. Ahead of me was a small, dark wood frame. I walked toward it. I couldn't help myself. It was the only light in the room. I pressed my face against the glass. On the other side, I saw a hallway. A modern, clean hallway with industrial carpet and white walls. I saw a man standing in front of a mirror. He was tall, with dark hair and a look of absolute, soul-shattering terror on his face. He looked familiar. He looked like a memory I was already starting to forget. I wanted to call out to him. I wanted to tell him to run. But when I opened my mouth, no sound came out. My throat felt like it was filled with wool. I reached out and tapped on the glass. Clack, clack, clack. The man in the hallway froze. He turned toward me, but he wasn't looking at the window. He was looking at the wall. He couldn't see me. Not yet. I realized then that the window wasn't a hole in the world. It was a filter. It was a way for the things that had been disappeared to look back at the world that had forgotten them. I looked at my hands. They were long, too many joints. My skin was the color of a drowned thing. I wasn't the observer anymore. I was the observation. I leaned my head against the glass and waited. I knew how this worked now. I had to wait for him to look. I had to wait for him to acknowledge the window that wasn't there. Because the window only exists when you believe in it. And once you see it, you can never truly look away. Far off in the distance, beyond the room with the floral wallpaper, I heard the sound of hundreds of fingers tapping against glass. The field was waiting. The others were waiting. But I had a job to do. I raised my finger and began to trace a word in the grime of the glass. It was a simple word, a welcome. The man in the hallway began to walk toward the wall. He was trembling. He was reaching out his hand. I smiled, though I had no mouth to show it. Come in, I thought. The view is much better from this side. The transition was not like falling, but like being swallowed by something thick and cold. For a moment, my senses were a chaotic jumble of static. The smell of ozone, the taste of copper, the sound of 1,000 glass panes shattering in a vacuum. Then, the silence hit. It was a heavy, physical thing that pressed against my eardrums until they throbbed. I was standing in the nursery. The wallpaper was exactly as I remembered from the old photographs, though the colors were leached out. reduced to shades of charcoal and bruised plum. The air was stagnant, tasting of soot and something sweet and rotting like overripe fruit left in a cellar. I looked down at my feet. I wasn't wearing my socks or standing on the laminate flooring of my high-rise. My feet, long, pale, and skeletal, were planted on floorboards that were charred black, yet felt as solid as stone. I turned back to the window. From this side, it didn't look like a window at all. It looked like a tear in the fabric of reality, a jagged rectangle of light suspended in the middle of the dark room. Through it, I could see my apartment. It looked like a dollhouse, vibrant and impossibly bright. I saw the half-eaten sandwich on my counter, the steam still rising from the coffee I had poured a lifetime ago. I saw the man, the version of me that remained, staring at the wall where I had just been. He looked small. He looked fragile. I reached out, my fingers twitching with a muscle memory that wasn't mine. I wanted to touch the glass to tell him that the coffee was still hot, that the world was still there. But as my hand approached the light, the perspective shifted. The apartment didn't look like home anymore. It looked like a cage, a brightly lit, shallow box where people spent their lives pretending that the dark didn't exist. A movement in the corner of the nursery caught my peripheral vision. He was there, the boy. He wasn't the monster I had seen in the reflections. Up close, in the dim, violet-tinged light of this other place, he looked like a normal child, perhaps 7 or 8 years old. He wore a striped jersey and corduroy trousers, his hair mussed as if he'd just come in from playing. But his eyes were wrong. They weren't the pits of shadow I had seen through the glass. They were clear and blue, but they held a terrifying depth, like looking down a well that never hit bottom. "It takes a while for the eyes to change," the boy said. His voice didn't vibrate in the air. It resonated directly in the marrow of my bones. "The light of the other side has to bleed out of you first." I tried to speak, but my throat felt like it was lined with grit. I managed a raspy, wet sound. Where are we?" The boy walked toward the window, ignoring me. He placed a small, pale hand against the light. "We're in the architecture," he whispered. "In the spaces between the bricks, in the shadows that people forget to measure. This is the house that was never built, the room that was never there." He turned to look at me, and for a second I saw a flash of the creature he became when viewed from the outside. The elongated limbs, the waxy skin. It was a matter of perception. In here, we were ourselves. To them, we were the nightmare. "Why me?" I finally croaked out. The boy smiled, and it was the saddest thing I had ever seen. "Because you looked. Most people feel the draft and close the door. Most people hear the tapping and turn up the television. But you wanted to know. You went to the archives. You looked at the photos. You invited the geometry in." He gestured to the walls. As my eyes adjusted, I realized the nursery wasn't the only room. The walls weren't solid. They were made of layers of translucent memories, stacked like sheets of tracing paper. I could see the outlines of other rooms, kitchens from the 1950s, bedrooms from the 1920s, a sterile hospital ward from a future that hadn't happened yet. And in every room there was a window. "The windows are hungry," the boy continued. "They are the eyes of the house. They need someone to look through them or they stop existing. And if they stop existing, the house collapses. We are the anchors." I looked back through the rectangle of light. The man in my apartment, the me that was left, was crying now. He was touching the wall, his fingers tracing the spot where the frame had been. I felt a pang of phantom grief, but it was fading. The longer I stood in the soot-stained air of the nursery, the more the apartment felt like a dream I was struggling to remember. "What happens now?" I asked. "Now you watch," the boy said, stepping back into the shadows. "You watch until you see someone else who is curious, someone who feels the wrongness of the glass, someone who wonders why a room has a window that looks into a hallway. And then you show them," the boy said. His form began to stretch, his limbs lengthening, his face smoothing over into that featureless mask. "You show them that just because you cover something up doesn't mean it goes away." He vanished into the darker recesses of the house. leaving me alone in front of the light. I stood there for what felt like hours or perhaps seconds. Time didn't flow here, it pooled. I watched the man in the apartment. I watched him call the police. I watched them arrive, their flashlights cutting through the darkness of the high-rise. I watched them search the rooms, looking for a man who had vanished from a locked apartment on the 12th floor. I saw the confusion on their faces. I saw them touch the wall where I was standing. To them, it was just reinforced concrete. To them, there was nothing there. But then I saw her. She was a young forensic technician, barely out of her 20s. While the older detectives were busy cataloging the lack of evidence, she stood by the bathroom door. She wasn't looking at the floor or the locks. She was looking at the wall. She tilted her head. She reached out a gloved hand and brushed the surface of the drywall. I felt it, a faint, rhythmic vibration against my chest. She frowned, leaning closer. She could feel the cold. She could see the way the light from her flashlight seemed to bend as it hit the air in front of her. I felt a surge of something, not malice, not even hunger, but a desperate, lonely necessity. I realized that if she didn't see me, if no one ever looked through this window again, the room would dissolve. I would be cast out into that gray, bruised field I had seen, wandering forever among the eyeless multitudes who had lost their windows. I didn't want to go to the field. I pressed my face against the glass. I ignored the way my skin flattened and turned waxy. I ignored the way my eyes were beginning to itch as the pupils dilated into infinite circles. I raised my hand. My fingers felt heavy, multi-jointed, and strange. Clegg. The technician jumped. She pulled her hand back, her eyes wide. She shined her light directly at the wall, directly at me. She couldn't see me yet. She only saw the reflection of her own terrified face. But she stayed. She didn't run. She was curious. She was a seeker. I leaned in, my breath misting on the inside of the pane. A frost that she would see as a strange, localized condensation on the drywall. I began to write. I didn't write open or help. I knew better now. Those words belonged to the world of light, the world of people who believed in exits. I wrote LOKCLOSCR. On the other side, the girl gasped. She dropped her flashlight and it rolled across the floor, the beam sweeping across the room. In the strobe-like flickers of light, the geometry of the apartment began to fail. The straight lines of the hallway warped. The white paint began to bubble. She knelt down, her face inches from the wall. She was breathing hard, her breath mingling with the frost I had created. "Who's there?" she whispered. I didn't answer with words. I couldn't. Instead, I pressed my hand flat against the glass, letting her see the outline of my palm, the impossible length of my fingers. I saw the moment the realization hit her. I saw the moment her reality cracked. The fear was there, yes, but beneath it was that spark. The same spark that had led me to the archives. The same spark that had led the boy to the window during the fire. She didn't look away. "I see you," she breathed. As she spoke the words, the black wood of the frame shimmered into existence on her side. The seated glass solidified, catching the stray light of her fallen flashlight. The window was back. The bridge was open. I felt a strange, cold peace. I wasn't the man from the 12th floor anymore. I was the secret in the wall. I was the history that wouldn't stay buried. I looked past her, into the apartment. I saw the other detectives moving like ghosts, unaware that the world they occupied was being overwritten. I saw the shadows stretching away from the new window, reaching for the corners of the room. The boy was right. The windows are hungry, and they are never satisfied with just one. I watched the girl reach for the latch. Her fingers were trembling, but she was leaning in, her eyes fixed on mine. She wanted to see what was on the other side. She wanted to know the truth of the room that was never there. I waited. I held my breath, though I no longer needed to breathe. Behind me, in the depths of the house, I heard the rhythmic splashing of the water again. Drip, swish, drip. The figure in the burial shroud was moving through the other rooms, tending to the other windows, guiding the other seekers. The girl's hand touched the cold metal of the latch. "Welcome home," I thought, the words echoing through the architecture of the house, vibrating in the glass and settling into the cracks of the world. The latch clicked. The window opened. And for the first time in 70 years, the wind from the gray field blew into the apartment on the 12th floor, carrying with it the scent of dead leaves and the sound of 1,000 voices, all whispering at once. We weren't on the outside looking in anymore. We were everywhere. The girl's fingers curled around the latch, and as the metal gave way with a dry, mechanical shriek, the air in the apartment didn't just move, it curdled. On my side of the glass, I felt the sudden, violent equalization of pressure, a cold draft that tasted of charcoal and funeral lilies rushing past my face and into the sterile, climate-controlled vacuum of the modern hallway. She didn't scream. That was the most terrifying part. She simply stared, her eyes widening until the whites were visible all around her irises, reflecting the flickering, sickly violet light of the nursery. To her, the solid drywall had just surrendered to a hole in the universe. She was looking at a room that shouldn't exist, at a boy who had been dead since the Truman administration, and at me, a thing that had been her colleague's reflection only an hour ago. "Is it real?" she whispered. Her voice was thin, a thread of silver in the heavy dark. I couldn't speak, but I moved. I stepped back from the window, retreating into the deeper shadows of the nursery where the charred crib stood like a skeletal ribcage. I wanted her to come in, not because I was cruel, but because the loneliness of the architecture was a physical weight, a gravity that pulled at the soul until it threatened to snap. I needed her to witness the geometry, to validate the existence of the space so it wouldn't collapse into the gray void behind us. She leaned through the frame. The transition was subtle at first. Her hand, encased in a blue nitrile glove, crossed the threshold. In the apartment's light, the glove was a vibrant, artificial blue. As it entered the nursery, the color drained away, turning a dull, bruised lavender. She gasped as the temperature dropped 40 degrees in an instant. "Sarah," a voice called out from the living room. It was one of the detectives, his footsteps heavy on the laminate. "You find something over there." Sarah didn't answer. She was captivated by the smell, the cloying, heavy scent of 70-year-old smoke that never cleared. She pulled her shoulders through the window, her hips following, her boots scraping against the blackened windowsill. I watched from the corner, my long, many-jointed fingers twitching. I saw her eyes dart around the room, landing on the peeling floral wallpaper, the melted plastic of a toy soldier on the floor, the soot-stained ceiling. She was seeing the truth of the building. She was seeing the layers of trauma that the developers had tried to pave over with drywall and recessed lighting. "Sarah," the detective's voice was closer now. "Where the hell are you?" I saw him turn the corner into the hallway. From my perspective inside the nursery, he looked like a flat, two-dimensional projection on a screen. He walked right past the window. To him, there was only a wall and a discarded flashlight on the floor. He didn't see the hole. He didn't see Sarah's legs disappearing into the masonry. He didn't see me. He was a non-believer. The architecture rejected him. Sarah scrambled the rest of the way in, landing on the charred floorboards with a soft asterisk thump asterisk. She stood up, shivering violently, her breath coming in plumes of white mist. She turned back to the window, watching the detective pick up her flashlight. He looked confused, shining the beam at the ceiling, calling her name again with a hint of genuine panic. "I'm right here," she yelled, her voice cracking. The detective didn't even flinch. He walked through the space where the window should have been, his body passing through the glass as if it were ghost matter. Sarah reached out to touch him, but her hand met a cold, invisible barrier, the filter. "He can't hear you," the boy's voice resonated from the hallway of the house. He had reappeared, standing in the doorway of the nursery, his corduroy trousers rustling. To him, you are a missing person, a statistic, a glitch in the security footage. Sarah spun around, her flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. It landed on the boy, then swung wildly to the corner where I crouched. She let out a choked sob, the light shaking in her hand. "What are you?" she demanded, the beam hitting my face. I raised a hand to shield my eyes that were no longer human, eyes that saw the world in ripples of heat and history. I tried to form a word, to tell her I was the man whose apartment she had been investigating, but my tongue was a heavy, useless lump of wax. "We are the residents," the boy said, stepping into the light. He looked perfectly normal again, a child lost in a basement. "This is the house of the unfinished. Every building has one. A space left over when the blueprints don't match the reality. A pocket for the things that weren't supposed to happen." He walked over to Sarah and took her hand. His touch must have been freezing because she flinched, but she didn't pull away. There was a magnetic pull to him, a gravity of shared sorrow. "The man you're looking for," the boy said, pointing at me. "He's the new librarian. He keeps the windows clean. He makes sure the people on the other side don't forget to look." Sarah looked at me, her eyes searching my distorted features. For a second, a flicker of recognition crossed her face. She saw the shape of my brow, the way I held my shoulders. "Elias," she whispered. I nodded, a single jerky movement. She took a step toward me, but the floorboards beneath her began to groan. The room was shifting. The house of the unfinished was never static. It responded to the presence of the living. The walls began to stretch, the ceiling rising until the nursery felt like a cathedral of soot. The window, the only portal back to the 12th floor hallway, began to shrink. "The detective is leaving," the boy warned. Through the shrinking rectangle of light, I saw the detective holstering his radio, a look of grim resignation on his face. He thought she had run out. He thought he was alone. He turned off the overhead light in the hallway. The window didn't just go dark, it began to fade. The frame turned translucent, the wood grain dissolving into the gray mist of the field. "Wait," Sarah cried, lunging for the opening. But it was too late. The belief was gone. The detective had closed the door on the possibility of her being there, and with his lack of faith, the window ceased to be a bridge. It became a wall again, a solid, impenetrable barrier of stone and memory. Sarah hammered on the spot where the glass had been. Her fists made no sound against the void. She turned back to us, her face pale, the realization dawning on her. "I can't go back," she said. "It wasn't a question." "You can go forward," the boy replied. He led her toward the door of the nursery, toward the hallway where the wallpaper changed from floral to Art Deco to Victorian damask in the space of a few feet. "There are other windows, older ones, windows that look out onto the streets of London in 1888 or the fields of Gettysburg. There's a window in the basement that looks into a star that died 1 billion years ago." I stood up, my long limbs unfolding with the sound of dry parchment. I felt the change completing itself. The last of the light from the apartment was draining out of me, replaced by the heavy, stagnant peace of the architecture. I didn't feel fear anymore. I didn't even feel regret. I felt a sense of immense, terrible purpose. I walked to the wall where the window had been. I didn't try to open it. Instead, I placed my palm against the surface and felt the vibrations of the building. I could feel the people in the other apartments, the couples arguing, the children sleeping, the lonely men drinking tea in front of late-night news. I could feel their curiosity, their moments of doubt when they looked at a corner of their room and felt a sudden, inexplicable chill. I was the chill. I moved out of the nursery and into the main corridor of the house. It was a labyrinth of impossible angles. Staircases led to ceilings. Doors opened onto sheer drops into the gray field. I passed the lady in the burial shroud. She was sitting in a rocking chair in a room that smelled of salt water, stitching a quilt made of old maps. She looked up at me and nodded. "The new one is adjusted?" she asked, her voice like the rustle of dry grass. "She is with the boy," I thought, the idea rippling through the air. "Good, we need more for the attic." The attic is growing heavy. I continued down the hall until I found a spot where the wall felt thin. It was a new wall, smelling of fresh paint and cheap plaster. I pressed my face against it, closing my eyes, searching for the frequency of the world on the other side. There, a soft, rhythmic sound, a woman brushing her hair. I concentrated, pushing my will against the barrier. I thought about the window. I thought about the dark wood and the seeded glass. I thought about the necessity of being seen. Slowly, the wall began to give way. The paint bubbled and peeled back, revealing the unfinished timber beneath. The glass began to crystallize out of the air, cold and sharp. On the other side, a woman in a silk robe stopped brushing her hair. She looked at her bedroom wall. She frowned, putting the brush down. She walked toward the spot where I was emerging. She felt the draft. She saw the frost. I reached out, my long, pale finger ready to tap against the pane. I felt a flicker of the boy's sad smile on my own featureless face. The window was there because she was looking, and as long as she looked, I would exist. As long as she looked, the house would stay standing. I tapped the glass. Clack, clack, clack. The woman froze. She leaned in, her eyes wide with a terrifying, beautiful curiosity. "Hello," she whispered. I leaned my head against the glass, watching the light of her world play across my waxy skin. I was the observer. I was the observation. I was the secret that the world tried to forget, and the truth that it could never quite bury. "Look closer," I thought, and as she reached for the latch, I felt the house groan with a deep, gluttonous satisfaction. The field was vast, and the rooms were many, but there was always space for one more. There was always a need for another window that was never there. The woman's fingers were inches from the glass when the floor beneath me gave a tectonic shudder. It wasn't a physical earthquake, but a shift in the conceptual weight of the house. Somewhere in the sprawling, impossible floor plan, Sarah had accepted her new reality, and the surge of her realization pulsed through the floorboards like a high-voltage current. The woman in the silk robe flinched, her hand hovering in the air, her eyes darting toward her bedroom door as if she expected a physical intruder to burst through the mahogany. She didn't see me yet. To her, I was a smudge of shadow, a trick of the peripheral vision that vanishes when challenged by a direct stare. But I stayed still, my elongated fingers splayed against the seated pane, waiting for her heart rate to settle, waiting for the silence of her apartment to become heavy enough to drown out her common sense. The house of the unfinished thrived on the silence between breaths. It fed on the moments when a person sits alone in a room and realizes that the dimensions don't quite add up, that the hallway is 3 feet longer than it should be, or that the shadow cast by the floor lamp has an extra limb. Behind me, the boy appeared in the threshold of the room. He didn't look at the woman behind the glass. He was looking at a stack of yellowed newspapers in the corner of the nursery, his small, pale face tight with a concentration that seemed far too old for his features. "She's crying," the boy said. He wasn't talking about the woman in the silk robe. He was talking about Sarah. She found the closet in the hallway, the one with the coats that still smell like rain from 1924. She thinks if she puts one on, she can walk out the front door. I didn't turn around. I couldn't risk losing the connection with the woman on the other side. "Can she?" I thought, the vibration of the question rattling the window frame. The boy let out a short, dry laugh that sounded like dead leaves skittering across pavement. "There is no front door, Elias. There are only windows. And once you're on this side of the glass, you aren't the one who looks out. You're the one who is looked at." The woman in the silk robe finally touched the glass. Her skin was warm, a searing heat compared to the crystalline chill of the pane. I felt the moisture of her fingertip leave a faint, oily whorl on the surface. She was tracing the outline of the wood grain, her brow furrowed in a mixture of terror and an almost religious awe. She lived in a world of smart homes and glass-walled skyscrapers, a world where everything was transparent and explained. This sudden eruption of the archaic, of heavy oak and hand-blown glass, was a glitch in her software. She leaned closer, her breath fogging the window. I watched the mist expand and contract, a rhythmic ghost of her internal life. "Is someone there?" she whispered. Her voice was different from Sarah's. It wasn't the voice of a seeker. It was the voice of someone who had spent her life making sure everything was in its proper place. She was trying to categorize me. She was trying to turn me into a draft or a structural defect. I pressed my face closer to the glass. I wanted her to see the infinite circles of my pupils. I wanted her to see that I was a mirror held up to the parts of herself she kept in the basement of her mind. Clack. I tapped again, harder this time. The sound was sharp, a punctuation mark in the quiet of her bedroom. She screamed, but it was a small, stifled sound, the kind of scream one makes in a dream when the throat is full of sand. She stumbled back, tripping over a designer chair, her silk robe fluttering like the wings of a trapped moth. She scrambled toward her bedside table, reaching for her phone. "Don't," the boy whispered from the shadows behind me. "If she calls for help, the window will starve. The others will come with their lights and their blueprints, and they will kill the space." I felt a sudden, sharp pang of hunger, not for food, but for the continuity of the woman's attention. If she turned away, if she brought the real world back into this room with a phone call, the nursery would begin to fray at the edges. I could already see the gray field through the gaps in the floorboards, the eyeless multitudes wandering in the bruised light, waiting for a window to open so they could remember what it felt like to be perceived. I didn't want to go back to the field. I began to hum. It wasn't a sound made with vocal cords, but a resonance within the glass itself. It was the sound of the fire from 1952. It was the sound of the water dripping in the basement. It was the sound of 70 years of forgotten sighs. The woman froze, her hand inches from her phone. The humming vibrated through the air of her bedroom, shaking the perfume bottles on her vanity, rattling the framed photos on her walls. It was a lullaby for the rational mind. Her eyes glazed over. The panic receded, replaced by a profound, hollowed-out trance. She dropped her hand. She stood up, her movements fluid and robotic, and walked back to the window. "Show me," she murmured. I moved my hand away from the glass. I pointed toward the latch. She reached out. Her fingers were steady now. She grasped the cold iron handle and turned it. The mechanism, which had been fused by rust and time only moments ago, moved with a buttery smoothness. As the window swung inward, the barrier between the worlds dissolved. The scent of her expensive lavender candles rushed into the nursery, clashing violently with the smell of char and stagnant water. For a moment, the two rooms overlapped. Her plush white carpet bled into the scorched floorboards. Her recessed LED lighting fought with the violet twilight of the house. She stepped through. She didn't even look back at her bedroom. She walked into the nursery as if she were entering a temple. She looked at the charred crib, her hand reaching out to touch the blackened wood. "I remember this," she said, her voice hollow. "I saw this in a dream when I was 6. I thought it was a nightmare, but it's just here." "It's always been here," the boy said, stepping out of the shadows. He looked at the woman with a predatory sort of pity. "You just stopped looking at the wall." The woman turned to look at me. Up close, without the seeded glass to distort my features, I must have looked like a nightmare. My skin was the color of a drowned man's, and my proportions were all wrong, my limbs too long for the geometry of a human body. But she didn't flinch. She reached out and touched my cheek. Her hand felt like a brand, a terrifyingly vital heat. "You're the man from the news," she said, "the one who vanished from the 12th floor." I tried to nod, but the movement felt heavy. I was becoming part of the architecture. My feet felt rooted to the floorboards. My spine felt like it was made of the same oak as the window frame. "I'm the window now," I thought. She smiled, a thin, fragile expression. "I want to see more. I want to see where the hallway goes." The boy took her hand just as he had taken Sarah's. "The hallway goes everywhere, but be careful. Some of the rooms are still burning, and some of them are under the sea. As they walked out of the nursery, I felt the window behind me begin to close. Not the physical window. The woman had left it wide open, but the portal. The apartment on the other side was fading. The bed, the vanity, the expensive clothes, they were becoming translucent, turning into a pale, flickering projection. The woman had abandoned her reality, and in doing so, she had rendered it obsolete. The apartment vanished. In its place was the gray field. I turned and looked out the open frame. The eyeless multitudes were closer now. They stood at the edge of the house's shadow, their gray, featureless faces turned upward. They weren't looking at me. They were looking at the open window. They were waiting for their turn to be remembered. I reached out and pulled the window shut. I locked the latch. I couldn't let them in. Not yet. The house wasn't ready. I left the nursery and walked into the main corridor. The house was changing again. The walls were expanding, the ceiling rising into a vaulted arch of rib-like rafters. I could hear voices coming from the rooms, Sarah's voice, the woman's voice, and hundreds of others. They were talking to the things that lived in the walls, the echoes of people who had been lost in the cracks of history. I found myself at the top of a grand staircase that hadn't been there an hour ago. At the bottom, in a foyer that smelled of damp earth and old velvet, the lady in the burial shroud was waiting. She was holding a large, iron key. "The archives are full, Elias," she said. "The windows are all occupied. We need to build a new wing." "How?" I asked, the word finally forming in the air, a rasping, dry sound. She pointed toward the ceiling, toward the darkness above the rafters. "There is a man in a house in the suburbs. He is looking at a crack in his basement wall. He thinks it's just settling. He thinks it's just the foundation." She handed me the key. It was heavy, the metal cold enough to ache. "Go to him, give him a window. We need the space." I took the key. I felt the house shift beneath my feet, the geometry warping to accommodate my destination. The grand staircase began to dissolve, turning into a narrow, wooden flight of steps that smelled of mildew and spiders. I descended. With every step, the air grew thicker, more humid. The violet light of the house faded, replaced by the harsh, artificial glare of a single, buzzing fluorescent bulb. I reached the bottom of the stairs. I wasn't in the house anymore. I was in the between. I was standing in the crawlspace of a split-level home, the insulation hanging like flayed skin from the joists above. Ahead of me, a man was kneeling on the concrete floor. He was holding a flashlight, shining it into a jagged crack that ran from the floor to the ceiling. He was muttering to himself, something about structural integrity and insurance claims. He didn't see me. I was a shadow in a place that was already full of them. I knelt down beside the crack. I placed the iron key against the concrete. "It's not a crack," I whispered, the sound vibrating through the foundation. "It's a frame." The man froze. He shined his flashlight toward me, the beam passing right through my chest. He didn't see a monster. He saw a flicker in the light, a momentary distortion in the air. He reached out and touched the crack. I felt the connection. I felt the spark of his curiosity, the tiny, hungry flame of his doubt. I began to work. I didn't use tools. I used the history of the house. I used the memory of the fire, the weight of the water, the loneliness of the 12th floor. I wove the darkness into the shape of a window. I called the black wood out of the void. I birthed the seeded glass from the silence. The man watched, his mouth hanging open. He didn't run. He couldn't. The house had already claimed his attention. He was caught in the gravity of the unfinished. "What is this?" he breathed, his hand trembling as it touched the emerging wood of the frame. "It's a window," I said, though he heard it only as the wind whistling through the eaves. "It's the room you forgot you had. It's the history you tried to pave over." The window solidified. It was beautiful and terrible, a dark eye set into the gray concrete of his basement. Through the glass, he could see the nursery. He could see the charred crib and the violet light. He could see Sarah and the woman in the silk robe, walking hand in hand with the boy toward the library of lost things. The man leaned in. He reached for the latch. I stood up, my task complete. I felt the house expanding, a new wing crystallizing around the man's basement, a new set of rooms stretching out into the void. The architecture was growing. The hunger was being fed. I turned away from the new window and began the long walk back toward the center of the house. I passed through rooms that were half-formed, spaces where the walls were made of static and the floors were made of whispers. I saw the eyeless multitudes watching from the shadows, their presence a constant, silent pressure against the walls. I realized then that the house wasn't just a prison for the lost. It was a bridge. It was the only thing keeping the world of light from being swallowed by the gray field. We were the guardians of the cracks. We were the ones who turned the voids into windows so that the living would never stop looking. I reached the library. It was a room of infinite shelves, filled not with books but with the belongings of the people who had crossed over. Sarah's blue nitrile gloves were there, resting on a pedestal. The woman's silk robe hung from a hook. My own cell phone, its battery dead for an eternity, sat on a desk. I sat down at the desk. I picked up a pen that was made of bone and ink that was made of shadows. I began to write the history of the new wing. I wrote about the man in the basement, about the crack in the concrete, about the window that was never there. Outside the library door, I heard the rhythmic splashing of water. Drip, swish, drip. The lady in the burial shroud passed by, her rocking chair trailing behind her like a loyal dog. She looked at me and nodded, a silent acknowledgement of the work. "The attic is still heavy, Elias," she said. "I know," I replied. "I'll find another window." I looked up at the wall of the library. A new window was beginning to form. It was small, no bigger than a porthole, and it looked out onto a rainy street in a city I didn't recognize. A young girl was standing on the sidewalk, staring at a blank brick wall. She was holding a red umbrella, and her eyes were full of a terrible, beautiful loneliness. She was looking for something. She was a seeker. I stood up and walked toward the glass. I raised my hand, my long, pale fingers ready to tap. The house groaned, a sound of deep structural contentment. I tapped. Clack, clack, clack. The girl with the red umbrella froze. She turned toward the wall. She leaned in. "Welcome home," I thought. And the window opened. The girl's red umbrella tilted back, exposing a face pale as milk and eyes that seemed to drink in the sudden wrongness of the brickwork. She didn't scream. Children of her temperament rarely do. They have not yet learned the rigid geometry of what is supposed to be possible, so they accept the impossible as merely another rule they hadn't been taught yet. She reached out a small, mittened hand and brushed the surface of the brick, where the window was bleeding through the masonry. To her, the brick felt like cold, wet silk. To me, the glass felt like her heartbeat. "Is there a garden?" she whispered. Her voice was thin, scoured by the city wind, but it carried through the pain with the clarity of a bell. I didn't answer with words. I leaned my forehead against the glass, and for a moment, the library behind me shifted. The heavy, dust-choked shelves of the house rippled, and a phantom image of a garden, a place of gray lilies and thorns that wept silver sap, flickered into existence behind my shoulder. It was a memory of a room that had been demolished in 1938, a greenhouse that had once stood where a parking garage now sat. The house remembered it, and because the house remembered, it was real. The girl's eyes widened. She saw the gray lilies. She saw the soft, violet glow of the house's perennial twilight. She saw the boy standing near the charred crib in the distance, waving a slow, rhythmic hand. "I want to go to the quiet place," she said. She didn't hesitate. She didn't have a mortgage or a husband or a career to tether her to the sidewalk. She only had the rain and the weight of a world that felt too loud and too sharp. She grasped the iron latch, which to any passerby would have looked like a discarded piece of scrap metal embedded in a soot-stained wall, and she pulled. The brick groaned. It sounded like a giant grinding its teeth. The wall didn't break, it folded. It peeled back like the skin of a ripening fruit, revealing the dark, polished oak of the window frame. As she stepped over the sill, the red umbrella snagged on the edge of the world. She let it go. It tumbled onto the wet pavement of the city, a bright, bleeding wound of color against the gray asphalt, and then the window snapped shut. The bricks smoothed over. The wall was a wall again, but the girl was in the library. She stood there, her yellow raincoat dripping onto the floorboards. But the water didn't pool. It was absorbed instantly by the wood, as if the house were thirsty. She looked at me, her gaze traveling up my elongated frame, lingering on the way my shadow seemed to move independently of my body. "Are you the librarian?" she asked. "I am the record," I said, my voice sounding like the rustle of old parchment. "And you are the latest entry." I led her toward the grand staircase. The house was humming now, a low-frequency thrum that vibrated in my marrow. It was the sound of digestion. With every new soul that crossed the threshold, the house grew more complex, more labyrinthine. New hallways were budding off the main corridors like polyps. I could feel a ballroom forming 3 floors up, its chandeliers made of frozen tears, its floor polished with the sweat of 1,000 forgotten dancers. As we walked, we passed the woman in the silk robe. She was sitting in a niche in the wall, staring at a rotary phone that wasn't plugged into anything. She was smiling, her eyes vacant and blissful. She was listening to the dial tone as if it were a symphony. She didn't even look at us. She had found her quiet, and it had hollowed her out completely. "Why is she so still?" the girl asked, clutching the hem of her raincoat. "She is becoming a fixture," I explained. "Some people come here to explore, some come to hide. She chose to hide. Eventually, the wallpaper will grow over her, and she will be part of the pattern forever. She will be the reason this hallway feels like someone is watching." The girl shivered, but she didn't slow down. She was drawn toward the center of the house, toward the place where the gravity was strongest. We reached the foyer, where the lady in the burial shroud was now polishing a silver tray. The tray was empty, but she stared into its reflective surface with an intensity that suggested she was watching a war unfold. "The girl is too young, Elias," the lady said without looking up. "Her story hasn't been written yet. She has too much maybe left in her." "The house wanted her," I said. "The window opened for her." The lady sighed, a sound that stirred the dust into miniature cyclones. "The house is greedy. It doesn't care about the quality of the light, only the volume of it. If we take too many children, the rooms will become nurseries of grief. We need more than just seekers. We need architects." She turned the tray toward the girl. The girl looked into the silver and gasped. She didn't see her reflection. She saw a vast, sprawling city made of glass and bone, a city that sat in the middle of the gray field I had seen through the nursery floorboards. "That's where the others go," the lady whispered. "The ones who don't stay in the rooms, the ones who realize that the house is just the lobby." "Can I go there?" the girl asked, her voice trembling with a new kind of hunger. "Not yet," the lady said. "First, you must leave something behind. Everyone pays the toll." The girl looked down at herself. She had nothing but her yellow raincoat and her boots. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, smooth stone, a piece of blue sea glass she must have found on a beach long ago. She placed it on the silver tray. The glass clinked against the metal, and the sound echoed through the entire house. It was the sound of a finality. The girl's yellow raincoat began to lose its color, turning a dull, ashen gray. Her boots softened, becoming part of her feet. She was being bleached by the house, her vibrant outside self being traded for the permanence of the inside. "Go on then," the lady said, gesturing toward a door behind the staircase. "The garden is through there, but remember, if you pick a flower, you stay until it wilts, and in this house nothing ever wilts." The girl ran toward the door, her footsteps silent now. She vanished into the gray lilies, and the door clicked shut. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest. It wasn't physical, it was a structural tension. I looked at my hands. They were becoming more translucent. I could see the grain of the floorboards through my palms. "I'm fading," I whispered. "You aren't fading, Elias," the lady said, her voice softening. "You're expanding. You've brought in 3 souls in as many hours. Your influence is growing. You are no longer just a resident. You are becoming a pillar." She walked toward me, the burial shroud hissing against the floor. She reached out and touched the center of my chest, right where the pain was. "The man in the 12th floor is gone," she said. "The man you used to be. He was a small thing, a creature of habits and fears. But Elias is the one who holds the glass. You are the architect of the apertures." She withdrew her hand, and in its place, a small, circular indentation remained on my skin. It looked like the mark of a seal. "There is a problem," she continued, her tone shifting back to its usual coldness. "The gray field is rising. The eyeless ones are tired of waiting. They've started to climb the foundations." I thought of the multitudes I had seen from the nursery window. The thought of them inside the house, their featureless faces pressed against the velvet curtains, their cold, gray hands touching the records in the library, filled me with a visceral dread. "How do we stop them?" I asked. "We don't," she said. "We give them a room, but a room with no windows, a cellar for the things that cannot be looked at. And for that, we need a very specific kind of soul. We need someone who has spent their life looking away." She handed me a new key. This one wasn't iron. It was made of something that looked like compressed ash. It was light, almost weightless, and it felt warm in a way that made my skin crawl. "Where?" I asked. "A hospital," she said. "Room 402. An old man is dying. He has spent 80 years ignoring the shadows in the corner of his eye. He has perfected the art of not seeing. He is the perfect anchor for a cellar." The house shifted again. The library dissolved, the shelves melting into white, sterile walls. The smell of old paper was replaced by the cloying scent of antiseptic and rot. I was standing in the corner of a hospital room. The fluorescent lights flickered with a rhythmic buzz that matched the beat of my own distorted heart. In the bed lay a man who looked like he was made of crumpled tissue paper. His breathing was a wet, ragged struggle. He was staring at the television, which was playing a silent news broadcast. He was clinging to the flickering images of the real world with a desperate, pathetic strength. He knew I was there. I could see it in the way his knuckles whitened as he gripped the bedsheets. But he wouldn't look. He was using every ounce of his remaining will to keep his gaze fixed on the screen, to pretend that the shadow in the corner was just a trick of his failing retinas. I stepped forward. My shadow fell across the bed, darkening the white sheets. "It's time to stop looking away," I said. The man's heart monitor began to beep faster. Beep, 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 beep. I didn't need a window for this. I was the window. I reached out and touched the wall behind his bed. The plaster didn't peel. It dissolved into a black, bottomless pit. The cellar was opening. I could feel the cold, damp air of the house's lowest levels rushing out, smelling of ancient earth and the things that grow in the dark. "Look at it," I commanded. The man's eyes flickered. He tried to resist, but the gravity of the house was absolute. Slowly, agonizingly, he turned his head. He looked into the black pit I had created. He saw the emptiness. He saw the lack of light. And for the first time in 80 years, he didn't look away. He let out a long, rattling breath, his last. As the life left his body, his soul didn't rise. It sank. It was pulled into the pit, becoming the foundation stone for the new cellar. The black hole in the wall solidified into a heavy, iron-bound door. The house groaned in satisfaction. The structural tension in my chest eased. The cellar was built. The eyeless ones would have their place, a dark pocket in the geometry where they could exist without threatening the integrity of the upper rooms. I stood in the silent hospital room, looking at the empty shell of the man on the bed. To the doctors who would arrive in a few minutes, He would be just another statistic, a quiet death in the middle of the night. They wouldn't see the door behind his bed. They wouldn't know that his silence was now the literal floor of a place they couldn't conceive of. I turned to leave, but as I moved toward the door of the hospital room, I saw a reflection in the glass of the window. It wasn't me. It was Sarah. She was standing on the other side of the glass, but she wasn't in the house. She was in a place of blinding white light. She looked different. Her hair was longer, her eyes bright and piercing. She was holding a clipboard, and she was looking at the hospital room with a clinical, detached expression. "Subject 402 has been integrated," she said, her voice echoing in my head. "The Elias interface is functioning within expected parameters. Proceed to the next phase." I froze. The Elias interface. I pressed my hands against the hospital window. "Sarah," I called out. She didn't hear me, or if she did, she didn't care. She turned away from the glass and walked into the white light, disappearing into a world that looked far more real than the city I had come from, and far more terrifying than the house I now served. The hospital room began to fade. The sterile walls crumbled, revealing the dark, oak-paneled hallway of the house. I was back, but the weight of the key in my hand felt different now. The lady in the burial shroud was waiting for me at the end of the hall, her expression unreadable. "What is the next phase?" I asked, my voice trembling. The lady smiled, and for the first time, I saw that her teeth were made of the same seeded glass as the windows. "The next phase, Elias, is when we stop waiting for them to find the windows. The next phase is when we start removing the walls." She pointed toward the grand staircase. At the top, a door was swinging open, a door I had never seen before. Through it, I could see the city, but it wasn't the city of rain and red umbrellas. It was a city of white light and glass-walled skyscrapers, the world Sarah had just stepped into. "The house is hungry, Elias," the lady whispered, "and it's tired of being a secret." I looked at the door, then at my own translucent hands. I wasn't just a record keeper anymore. I was a bridgehead. I began to walk toward the stairs. Each step felt like I was breaking a bone, the house's geometry fighting to keep me within its familiar corridors. But the pull of the white light was stronger. I reached the top of the stairs and stood before the open door. I looked out at the real world, the world of the living, the world that thought it was safe behind its blueprints and its logic. I reached out and touched the frame of the door. I felt the house's hunger pulse through my fingertips, a dark, cold current that sought to drown the light. "Is someone there?" A voice called out from the other side. It was a man's voice, young and arrogant, the voice of someone who believed in the solidity of his own life. I leaned my head out into the white light. I let him see my waxy skin, my elongated fingers, my infinite pupils. "Look closer," I whispered. And as the man's world began to shudder, as the first crack appeared in his pristine white ceiling, I felt the house groan with a deep, gluttonous satisfaction. The field was vast and the rooms were many, but the world was larger, and the house wanted all of it. The man's name was Arthur, though he wouldn't need it for much longer. He was sitting in a high-tech office that smelled of ozone and expensive leather, a space defined by right angles and the hum of a climate control system that scrubbed the air of any trace of the organic. He was staring at a digital architectural model, a shimmering blue hologram of a skyscraper that looked like a needle stitching the sky. He was a man who believed in the supremacy of the grid, in the absolute authority of the measurement. When I leaned my head through the door of the house and into his reality, the grid shivered. Arthur didn't scream. He did something far more telling. He adjusted his glasses. He tried to focus his eyes, certain that the distortion in the air was a migraine aura or a glitch in the holographic projector. He didn't want to see the house. He didn't want to see the way the oak-paneled door frame was bleeding into his brushed steel wall like an ink blot on a white shirt. "The proportions are wrong," I whispered. My voice a dry rattle that bypassed his ears and resonated directly in his sinuses. Arthur recoiled, his chair skidding back across the polished floor. "Who are you? How did you get past security?" "Security is a fence made of smoke," I said, stepping fully into his office. As my feet touched his floor, the expensive carpet began to curl and blacken, turning into the same gray, ash-like dust that coated the library. The house was following me. It wasn't just a doorway anymore. It was an infection. The walls of his office began to stretch. The ceiling, once a flat expanse of white tiles, began to arch and rib itself like the belly of a whale. The fluorescent lights flickered, their sterile hum deepening into the house's low-frequency thrum. "You're a seeker, Arthur," I said, though he looked more like a victim. "You seek to build towers that reach the heavens, but you've forgotten that the heavens are empty. The depth is where the truth lives." "Get out," he stammered, reaching for a phone that was no longer there. In its place was a heavy, black iron candlestick, its wax dripping upward toward the ceiling. "I'll call the police. I'll have you removed." "You can't remove a shadow once the sun has gone down," I told him. I walked toward his floor-to-ceiling window. Outside, the city of white light was vibrant, a masterpiece of human ego. But as I pressed my translucent palm against the glass, the view began to change. The skyscrapers didn't fall, they transformed. Their glass facades became mirrors that reflected only the gray field and the eyeless ones. The streets below, once clogged with yellow taxis and bustling pedestrians, were suddenly choked with the gray lilies. Arthur stood frozen, watching his world dissolve. He looked at his hands, and I saw the terror in his eyes as his expensive watch began to melt, the metal turning into a swarm of tiny, silver beetles that scurried up his sleeve and vanished into his skin. "What are you doing to me?" he gasped, his voice losing its resonance. "I am giving you a room," I said. "A room that matches the architecture of your soul. You like heights, don't you, Arthur? You like to look down on the world." I stepped back and the floor beneath his feet began to rise. It wasn't an elevator, it was the house growing. A new tower was budding from the foyer, a spire of bone and mahogany that pierced through the ceiling of his office and carried him upward. He clung to the edges of his desk as it transformed into a stone altar. "The house needs a belfry," I said, looking up at him as he ascended. "It needs someone to watch the horizon. You will be the lookout. You will see the storms before they arrive, and you will ring the bell that has no clapper." His screams were cut short as the ceiling closed beneath him, sealing him into the new addition. The house groaned, a sound of structural triumph. It was taller now. It was broader. It had swallowed a piece of the city's ego and turned it into a chimney. I turned back toward the door to the house, but it was gone. I was standing in a hallway that was half office and half catacomb. The transition was seamless. The filing cabinets were filled with human hair. The water cooler was dripping wine. I felt a presence behind me. I didn't need to turn to know it was the lady in the burial shroud. "You're learning, Elias," she said. Her voice was closer now, more intimate. "You didn't just find a soul, you harvested a space. You've brought the outside in." "Sarah said I was an interface," I said, the words feeling like shards of glass in my throat. "She said this was a phase. Who is she? What is the world of white light?" The lady walked past me, her shroud trailing through the ash on the floor. She stopped at a painting on the wall, a portrait of a man whose face had been scrubbed away with steel wool. "Sarah is a gardener," the lady said, "but she doesn't grow flowers, she grows realities. The world you call real, the city, the rain, the hospitals, it's just a nursery. It's a place where souls are kept in a state of arrested development, fed on illusions of time and consequence." "In the house is the harvest," she replied. "It is the place where the fruit is brought to be processed. You think you are a man named Elias who found a window. You think I am a ghost in a shroud. But we are just functions, Elias. We are the enzymes that break down the real so that the true can be built." She turned to face me, and for a moment the shroud fell away from her face. She had no features, no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Her face was a smooth, polished surface of white marble, reflecting my own distorted image. "The world of white light is the laboratory," she continued, her voice coming from the air around her. "They created the house to see if they could contain the infinite. They wanted a controlled environment for the soul, but the house is smarter than its creators. It's begun to reverse the flow. It's no longer a container, it's a predator." I looked at my hands again. They were almost entirely gone now, replaced by a shimmering lattice of light and shadow. I could feel the thoughts of everyone in the house, the girl in the garden, the woman with the phone, the man in the belfry. I could feel their dreams being pulped and turned into wallpaper. "If I'm an interface," I whispered, "then what happens when the connection is complete?" "Then the house is no longer in the world," she said. "The world is in the house." She reached out and took the ash key from my hand. She didn't put it in a lock, she pressed it against the air. A crack appeared in the space between us, a jagged, glowing fissure that smelled of ozone and ancient, frozen things. "Go back to the library, Elias," she commanded. "There is one more window, the most important one. It doesn't look out onto a street or a hospital. It looks into the heart of the machine." I didn't argue. I couldn't. My will was being absorbed into the house's architecture. I turned and ran, my feet barely touching the floorboards. The house was changing rapidly now. The hallways were looping back on themselves. The stairs were turning into slides of polished bone. I passed a room where 1,000 clocks were all ticking in a different language. I passed a dining hall where the chairs were made of frozen lightning. I reached the library. It was unrecognizable. The shelves had grown so high they vanished into a dark, swirling nebula of dust. The books were flying through the air like leather-winged birds, their pages fluttering with the sound of 1,000 whispers. In the center of the room, where the small porthole had been, there was now a massive, circular window. It was at least 20 feet across, and it was framed in gold that looked like it had been hammered from sunlight. I walked toward it, my heart, or the thing that had replaced it, pounding in my chest. I looked through the glass. I wasn't looking at a city. I wasn't looking at a field. I was looking at a vast, sterile chamber filled with rows upon rows of glass tanks. Inside each tank was a person, suspended in a pale blue fluid. They were all hooked up to wires that pulsed with the same white light I had seen Sarah disappear into. I scanned the faces in the tanks. I saw the woman in the silk robe. I saw the girl with the red umbrella. I saw Arthur. And then, in a tank near the center of the room, I saw myself. The man in the tank looked older, tired, his skin sallow from years of artificial light. He had a tube in his throat and wires taped to his temples. Above his tank, a digital display flickered with a single word, ELIAS. Below it, a subheader read, Dissociative Interface, Stage 7 Asterisk. I stood frozen, my translucent fingers trembling as they touched the golden frame of the window. I wasn't a man who had found a house. I was a man in a tank whose mind had been hollowed out to create a house. The library, the gray lilies, the lady in the shroud, they were all constructs, a complex internal architecture designed to process the data of other souls. It's a beautiful cage, isn't it? I spun around. Sarah was standing behind me. She wasn't a projection this time. She was really there, her white lab coat a stark, blinding contrast to the dusty shadows of the library. "You're not real," I said, my voice cracking. "None of this is real. I'm in a tank, I'm a battery." Sarah walked toward me, her expression one of pitying curiosity. "Real is a relative term, Elias. Your body is in a tank, yes, but your consciousness has built something that the physical world couldn't dream of. You've created a space where the laws of physics are secondary to the laws of meaning. Do you know how valuable that is?" "You're killing them," I said, gesturing toward the window. "You're taking people and turning them into wallpaper." "We're preserving them," she corrected. The world outside is dying, Elias. It's loud, it's chaotic, and it's running out of resources. Inside the house, they are eternal. They have their quiet. They have their gardens. They are part of a masterpiece. She stepped closer, her eyes locked on mine. And you, Elias, you are the masterpiece's heart. You are the one who makes the connections. Without you, the house collapses, and all those souls, the girl, the woman, the architect, they all simply stop. I looked back at the window at the man in the tank who bore my name. He looked so small, so fragile. What happens if I refuse? I asked. What if I break the window? Sarah smiled, and it was the coldest thing I had ever seen. You can't break the window, Elias. You are the window. If you break, they all break. The house is your mind. Every room is a memory. Every hallway is a neural pathway. If you stop being the librarian, you stop being. She reached out to touch my face, but her hand passed right through me. I was nothing but a shimmer of light, a ghost in my own machine. The house is hungry, Elias, she whispered, echoing the lady in the shroud. It needs more room. It needs to expand beyond the laboratory. It needs to become the only world left. She handed me a final key. This one wasn't made of ash or iron. It was made of clear, pulsing glass. It felt like a piece of my own soul. Go to the basement, she said. Go to the very bottom beneath the cellar you built for the eyeless ones. There is a door there that leads to the mainframe. Open it, Elias. Let the house into the white light. Let the harvest begin. I took the key. It felt like a lead weight in my hand. I looked at Sarah, then at the library, then at the man in the tank. The house groaned, but it wasn't a sound of contentment this time. It was a sound of anticipation. It was the sound of a predator about to spring. I turned away from the window and began to walk. I didn't go toward the stairs. I went toward the floorboards, toward the dark cracks where the dust gathered. I moved through the layers of the house, passing through rooms that were nothing but screams and rooms that were filled with the scent of forgotten summers. I descended past the woman with the phone, who was now half merged with the wall, her skin the color of floral wallpaper. I descended past the girl in the garden, who was sitting among the gray lilies, her eyes as vacant as the sky. I descended past the belfry where Arthur was ringing a silent bell, his face twisted in a permanent grimace of observation. I reached the cellar. The door I had built for the man from room 402 was there, cold and silent. I could hear the eyeless one scratching on the other side, a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. They were waiting. But I didn't stop there. I went deeper. I found a trapdoor hidden beneath a pile of discarded records. It was made of the same white material as the laboratory walls. I opened it and descended a ladder of cold, sterile metal. The air here was different. It didn't smell of dust or ozone. It smelled of nothing. It was the smell of a void. At the bottom of the ladder was a single, plain white door. There was no handle, only a small, circular indentation. I stood before the door, the glass key pulsing in my hand. If I opened this door, the house would flood the laboratory. It would swallow the scientists, the tanks, the white light, and the world beyond. It would become the ultimate reality, a sprawling, infinite labyrinth of grief and memory, with me at the center of it forever. I would be a god of a hollow world. I looked at the key. I could see the reflection of the library and its facets. I could see the girl, the woman, the man. I could see the beauty of the impossible things I had created. But then I thought of the red umbrella lying on the wet pavement. I thought of the way the rain felt, the real rain, the cold, messy, unpredictable rain that didn't care about meaning or architecture. I thought of the maybe that the lady in the shroud had said the girl still had in her. The house was a masterpiece, yes, but a masterpiece is a finished thing. It has no maybe. It has no room for the unexpected. It is a closed loop, a perfect, beautiful grave. I didn't put the key in the door. I knelt down on the sterile floor and I pressed the glass key against the metal, but I didn't turn it. I began to grind it against the floor, using all the strength of my fading, translucent form. The glass shrieked, the house shrieked with it. I felt a surge of agony rip through me. The library above me began to shake. The shelves tumbled, the books bursting into flames. The gray lilies in the garden withered and turned to salt. The woman with the phone screamed as the wallpaper tore away from her skin. "Elias, stop!" Sarah's voice echoed through the walls, no longer calm but filled with a panicked, shrill terror. "You'll kill us all. You'll destroy everything." "Good," I whispered. I hammered the glass key against the floor until it shattered into 1,000 jagged pieces. The house let out a final, earth-shattering groan. The geometry of the hallways collapsed. The bone spires crumbled. The mahogany doors splintered and turned back into the dust of dead trees. I felt the connection snapping. The interface was breaking. The white door in front of me began to dissolve. Beyond it, I didn't see the laboratory. I didn't see the tanks. I saw a window. A real window. It was small, and it was covered in grime and soot. It looked out onto a narrow alleyway where a single, bedraggled cat was sniffing at a discarded crate. The sun was coming up, a pale, weak yellow that felt more beautiful than all the gold in the house. I reached for the window. My hand was no longer translucent. It was solid. It was trembling. It was covered in the blood of a man who had just broken his own soul to find a way out. I pushed the window open. It didn't groan. It didn't sing. It just creaked on its rusty hinges. I climbed through. I fell onto the wet asphalt of the alleyway. The air was cold. It smelled of exhaust and damp trash. It was wonderful. I looked back at the wall I had come from. It was just a brick wall, old and crumbling, part of a derelict warehouse that looked like it hadn't been used in decades. There was no door. There was no window. I stood up, my legs weak and shaking. I walked out of the alleyway and onto the main street. The city was waking up. People were walking to work, their faces buried in their scarves, their minds filled with the small, mundane worries of a Tuesday morning. They didn't see the house. They didn't know how close they had come to being part of the pattern. I walked until I found a small park. In the center of the park was a bench, and on the bench sat a red umbrella, forgotten by its owner. I sat down and picked up the umbrella. I held it in my hands, feeling the rough texture of the fabric, the cold weight of the metal handle. I looked up at the sky. It was gray, and a light drizzle was beginning to fall. I didn't look for a window. I didn't look for a door. I just opened the umbrella and waited for the rain. The rain didn't hum a melody of lost childhoods or whisper the secrets of the dead. It just hit the nylon canopy of the red umbrella with a rhythmic, mindless thrum. It was the most honest sound I had ever heard. I sat there for a long time, watching the water bead and roll off the crimson fabric, my senses overwhelmed by the sheer, uncoordinated grit of the world. There were no eyeless ones here, only pigeons pecking at cigarette butts and a distant siren that didn't sound like a choir of glass. My hands were solid. I stared at them until my eyes ached. They were scarred, the fingernails bitten down, the skin pale and mapped with blue veins that pulsed with a slow, biological sludge. No light leaked from my pores. No shadows of a library flickered in the webbing of my thumb. I was just a man on a bench, and for the first time in an eternity, I was nobody's architect. I stood up, my knees popping with a sharp, localized pain that made me wince. It was a beautiful sensation, a closed circuit of cause and effect. I began to walk, the red umbrella held high like a flare in the gray morning. I didn't know where I was going, but I knew I had to move. The house was gone, but the memory of its geometry still sat in the back of my mind like a phantom limb. Every time I turned a corner, I expected the street to loop back on itself, or the bricks of the brownstones to turn into rows of filing cabinets. I reached a busy intersection. People surged around me, a tide of damp wool and hurried breathing. I looked for Sarah among them. I looked for the lady in the shroud. I looked for Arthur, expecting to see him trapped in the glass of a skyscraper, still ringing his silent bell. But the windows of the office buildings were just windows. They reflected the clouds and the streetlights, showing nothing but the surface of things. A man in a sharp suit brushed past me, his shoulder clipping mine. "Watch it," he grumbled, not even looking back. I laughed. It was a dry, raspy sound that hurt my throat. He hadn't seen a dissociative interface. He had just seen an obstacle. I was an obstacle in a world of obstacles. I walked for hours, letting the city wash over me. I found myself in a neighborhood of low-slung warehouses and boarded-up storefronts. The rain had tapered off into a fine mist that clung to my eyelashes. I stopped in front of a diner with a flickering neon sign that read *eat*. The simplicity of it was staggering. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of burnt coffee and cheap grease. I slid into a vinyl booth that cracked under my weight. A waitress with tired eyes and a name tag that read Marnie approached me, a glass pot of coffee in her hand. "Coffee?" she asked. "Yes," I said. My voice sounded foreign to me, heavy and thick, with the weight of a tongue that hadn't spoken to a human being in years. "Please." She poured the liquid into a thick ceramic mug. It was dark, bitter, and scaldingly hot. I took a sip and felt it burn all the way down to my stomach. It was a physical anchor. "You look like you've seen a ghost, honey," Marnie said, lingering for a moment with the pot. "I think I was the ghost," I replied. She gave me a lopsided smile, the kind people give to the harmlessly insane. "Well, you're in the right place to come back to life. The pancakes are $3. I reached into my pocket, expecting to find nothing, or perhaps a handful of ash. Instead, my fingers curled around a crumpled $10 bill. It was real paper, dirty and smelling of copper. I didn't ask where it came from. In a world where I had been a battery for a sentient mansion, I wasn't going to question a providential tenor. As I ate, I watched the television mounted above the counter. It was tuned to a local news station. A reporter was standing in front of a cordoned-off building, the same derelict warehouse I had climbed out of. "Police are still investigating the mass casualty event at the Neuralink research facility," the reporter was saying. Her voice was thin against the wind. "Early reports indicate a catastrophic system failure in the experimental cryomeditation wing. Over 40 patients, who were part of a controversial study on long-term consciousness mapping, are believed to have suffered total brain death following a power surge that originated from within the mainframe." I put my fork down, my stomach churned. "The facility's lead researcher, Dr. Sarah Vance, is among the missing," the reporter continued. "Authorities are baffled by the nature of the surge, which witnesses describe as a shattering sound that echoed through the entire block." A photo appeared on the screen. It was Sarah. She wasn't wearing the lab coat I had seen her in. She was wearing a simple blue dress, her hair pulled back, a professional, distant smile on her face. Below her photo was another one, Arthur. He was listed as a primary donor and board member. I looked at the screen, and for a second the image flickered. Just for a heartbeat, the static on the TV seemed to form the shape of a mahogany door. I stood up, leaving the change on the table. I walked out of the diner, the red umbrella tucked under my arm. The mist had turned back into a steady downpour. I knew then that it wasn't over. I had broken the key, and I had collapsed the house's physical manifestation in that laboratory. But the true world Sarah spoke of wasn't something you could just walk away from. The house was a predator, and I had been its heart. You don't just stop being the heart of something that infinite. I started walking back toward the warehouse. I didn't want to, but I felt a pull in my chest, a tether made of light and shadow that was tightening with every step. The city around me began to feel thin again. The colors were too bright, the sounds too sharp. The maybe was fading, replaced by the crushing weight of the is. When I reached the police line, the sun was beginning to set, casting long, distorted shadows across the pavement. I slipped under the yellow tape, ignored by the officers who were busy loading black bags into the back of a van. I walked toward the side of the building, toward the brick wall I had emerged from. I pressed my ear against the cold, damp brick. At first, there was nothing but the sound of the city. But then, deep beneath the vibration of the traffic and the rain, I heard it. A telephone was ringing. It was faint, muffled by layers of reality, but it was there. BR ring, BR ring. I closed my eyes and reached out, not with my hands, but with that part of me that still remembered the smell of old paper and the taste of wine. I felt for the scene. I felt for the place where the logic of the world failed. The bricks beneath my fingers began to soften. They didn't turn into glass this time. They turned into skin. Warm, pulsing skin. Elias. The voice didn't come from behind me. It came from inside the wall. It was the lady in the shroud. "You came back," she said. Her voice was a sigh of relief. "I didn't have a choice," I whispered. "I'm the interface. If I'm out here, the house is out here. I'm carrying it with me, aren't I?" "The house is not a place, Elias," she said, her voice growing clearer as the wall began to translucent. "It was never a place. It was a consensus. You broke the machine, but you didn't break the dream. You just let the dream out of the tank." I looked down the street. A woman was walking a dog. As I watched, her shadow began to stretch, growing longer and longer until it reached the base of a lamppost. But instead of climbing the post, the shadow detached itself. It stood up, a 2D silhouette of a woman, and began to walk in the opposite direction. The woman didn't notice. She kept walking, her leash trailing behind her, attached to nothing. "The harvest is happening, Elias," the lady said. "It's just happening differently now. No walls, no ceilings, just the slow, quiet replacement of the real with the remembered." I looked at the red umbrella in my hand. It was starting to turn gray. The vibrant crimson was leaching out of the fabric, dripping onto the pavement like wet paint. "How do I stop it?" I asked, my voice trembling. "You can't stop a sunset," she replied, "but you can choose where you stand when the light goes out." I pushed my hand into the wall. It didn't resist. It swallowed my arm up to the elbow, the sensation like plunging my limb into a vat of warm, thick ink. I felt a hand grasp mine from the other side. It was a small hand, cold and familiar. "Elias." It was the girl from the garden. "The lilies are gone," she whispered. "It's just dark now, I'm scared." I felt a surge of something I hadn't felt in the house. Not duty, not fear, not the cold curiosity of a librarian. It was a fierce human protectiveness. "I'm coming," I said. I didn't climb through a window this time. I didn't use a key. I simply stepped forward, surrendering the solid weight of the sidewalk for the fluid uncertainty of the void. The transition was violent. It felt like being turned inside out, my bones becoming the rafters, my blood becoming the ink in 1,000 books. I felt the city scream as I pulled it in with me. I felt the skyscrapers bend, the streets fold, the millions of lives blink out for a second as they were processed through the sieve of my consciousness. And then silence. I was standing in the library. It was dark, the only light coming from the massive circular window. But the window didn't show the laboratory anymore. It didn't show the tanks. It showed the park. It showed the bench where I had sat. It showed the red umbrella, now completely white, lying abandoned in the rain. The girl was standing beside me, clutching the hem of my coat. Her eyes were no longer vacant. They were wide with terror. "Where are we?" she asked. "In the heart of the machine," I said. I looked up. The nebula of dust was gone. In its place was a vast, intricate network of glowing fibers, like a giant golden brain suspended in the dark. Each fiber was a life. Each pulse of light was a memory. Sarah was there too. She was suspended in the center of the network, her body wrapped in the golden threads. Her eyes were open, but they were no longer the eyes of a scientist. They were the eyes of a prisoner. "You did it, Elias," she croaked, her voice vibrating through the fibers. "You brought the house to the source. You've bypassed the laboratory. You've connected the dream directly to the world." "I didn't do it for you," I said. "It doesn't matter who you did it for," she laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "The process is autonomous now. The world is being rewritten. Every person out there is becoming a room in here. Can't you feel it, the expansion?" I could. I felt a sudden sharp pain in my side. I looked down. A new hallway was budding from my ribs, a dark, narrow corridor that smelled of ozone and wet dog. The house wasn't just using me as an interface anymore. It was eating me. I was becoming the architecture. "Elias, look," the girl cried out, pointing to the window. The image of the park was changing. A man was walking toward the bench. He was old, wearing a tattered coat and a hat pulled low over his eyes. He stopped and picked up the white umbrella. He looked directly into the window, directly at me. He didn't have a face. Where his features should have been, there was only a smooth, polished surface of white marble. He raised the umbrella and pointed it at the sky. Suddenly, the window shattered, not inward into the library, but outward. The glass shards flew into the park, into the city, into the world. The golden fibers around Sarah began to fray. The library began to tilt, the floor becoming a steep slope that led down into an infinite, yawning abyss. "The house is purging," Sarah screamed. "It's rejecting the world, it's closing the loop." I grabbed the girl and held her tight. I looked at the man in the park, the eyeless man with the white umbrella. He wasn't a construct. He was the one who had started it all. He was the original architect, the one who had built the first window that was never there. He tipped his hat to me. And then the world went white. It wasn't the sterile, artificial white of the laboratory. It was the white of a blank page, the white of a beginning. I felt myself dissolving. My memories, my name, the smell of the rain, the taste of the coffee, it was all being scrubbed away. I was being unwritten. "Elias," the girl's voice was a faint whisper in the void. "Don't go." "I'm not going," I said, though I no longer had a mouth to say it. "I'm just changing." I reached out one last time, grasping for a single thread of reality. I didn't look for the library or the garden. I looked for the maybe. I found it, a tiny flickering spark of red in the middle of the white. The umbrella. I wrapped my fading consciousness around that spark. I held onto it with everything I was. I refused to be a room. I refused to be a hallway. I refused to be a god. I chose to be the rain. The white began to crack. Streaks of gray and blue bled back into the void. The sound of 1,000 clocks ticking returned, but they were all ticking in unison now. A single, steady heartbeat. I opened my eyes. I was lying on the floor of a small, cramped room. The walls were bare, the plaster peeling. There was a single window, and through it, I could see the sun setting over a city that looked old and tired and beautiful. I wasn't in a tank. I wasn't in a library. I was in a room, a real room. I sat up, my body aching. Beside me, sitting on a tattered rug, was the girl. She was wearing a simple cotton dress, her hair messy, a smudge of dirt on her cheek. She was breathing. She was real. "Elias?" she asked, her voice small and shaky. "Yeah," I said, "it's me." I looked around the room. There was no furniture except for a single wooden chair in the corner. Hanging on the back of the chair was a red umbrella. I stood up and walked to the window. I looked down at the street. It was a normal street. No shadows were detaching themselves. No skyscrapers were turning into mirrors. But as I watched, a man walked past. He was wearing a sharp suit and carrying a briefcase. He stopped for a moment and looked up at my window. He didn't have a face. He adjusted his tie, looked at his watch, and kept walking. I stepped back from the window, my heart hammering in my chest. The house was gone. The laboratory was gone. But the world had been changed. The true had been built, but it hadn't replaced the real. It had merged with it. The eyeless ones were among us now, living their lives, doing their jobs, part of the new consensus. I looked at the girl. She was watching me, her eyes filled with a quiet, ancient understanding. "Is it over?" she asked. I looked at the red umbrella. I looked at the eyeless man disappearing into the crowd. I looked at my own hands, which were solid but pale, as if they were made of marble. "No," I said, "it's just the beginning of the harvest." I reached for the umbrella. I didn't know what was outside that door or what kind of world I had helped create, but I knew one thing. I was the librarian, and there were still so many stories left to collect. I opened the door. Beyond it was a hallway. It was long and it was filled with doors, thousands of them. Each one had a name on it. Each one was a life. I stepped out into the hallway and began to walk. The house was no longer in the world. The world was in the house. And I was finally home. The hallway did not hum with the electric anxiety of the laboratory, nor did it smell of the sweet, rotting parchment of the old library. It smelled of ozone and wet pavement, a neutral, liminal scent that suggested a storm had just passed or was perpetually about to begin. The floor beneath my feet was no longer marble or shifting static. It was industrial gray linoleum, scarred by the scuff marks of a billion phantom shoes. The girl, I realized I still did not know her name, or perhaps she had shed it like a skin in the transition, walked beside me. She didn't take my hand this time. She walked with a strange, newfound autonomy, her small shoes clicking rhythmically against the floor. Every few yards we passed a door. They were uniform, heavy oak with brass handles, each featuring a small, rectangular frosted glass insert. I stopped at the first one. The name etched into the glass was *Marnie*. I leaned in, my breath fogging the pain. Through the distortion of the frosted glass, I saw the diner. It wasn't a memory, it was a loop. I saw Marnie pouring coffee for a man who wasn't there. She was smiling that lopsided, weary smile, talking to the empty air where I had sat only an hour or an eternity ago. "She's safe," the girl whispered. "Is she?" I asked. "She's in a box, kid. We're all in boxes now." "The boxes were always there, Elias," the girl said, looking up at me with eyes that seemed to hold the reflection of 1,000 different sunsets. "You just put handles on them. You gave them a hallway so they wouldn't be alone in the dark." I looked down the corridor. It stretched into a vanishing point that defied the curvature of the earth. If this was the new reality, then the mass casualty event the news spoke of wasn't a death. It was a migration. Sarah hadn't just killed those patients. She had harvested the very frequency of their existence and tuned it to this place. But I was the one who had provided the dial. I was the one who had stepped through and dragged the anchor of the physical world with me. We kept walking. The doors became more frequent, the names blurring into a litany of the mundane and the extraordinary. "Arthur." I paused at his door. Through the glass, I saw a lush garden far more vibrant than the one the girl had tended. Arthur was there, sitting in a wrought iron chair, reading a book. He looked younger. He didn't have his bell. He looked up, his gaze passing through the door through me, toward some internal horizon of peace. He was a board member who had bought his way into a digital heaven, only to find himself a tenant in my basement. "Where is Sarah?" I asked. "She's at the end," the girl said. "She's trying to find the light switch." As we progressed, the hallway began to change. The linoleum gave way to polished bone. The walls began to pulse with a faint, rhythmic glow. The doors here didn't have names. They had symbols, mathematical constants, chemical formulas, musical notations. These were the rooms of the architects, the thinkers, the ones who had tried to map the house before it was a house. I felt a vibration in the floor, a low-frequency thrum that made my teeth ache. It was the sound of the machine, the cryomeditation mainframe, still processing, still grinding the raw data of human consciousness into the bricks and mortar of this realm. "Elias, wait." I turned. A door to my left was slightly ajar. No name, no symbol. just a sliver of darkness leaking out into the hall. I pushed it open. The room was a perfect replica of the laboratory office where I had first seen the monitors. Sarah was there, but she wasn't the goddess of the golden fibers anymore. She was hunched over a desk, frantically typing on a keyboard that wasn't connected to anything. Her fingers made no sound. "Sarah," I said. She didn't look up. "The variables are wrong, the surge. It didn't just bridge the gap, it inverted the poles. We're not observing the consciousness, Elias. We're being observed by asterisk it. The house. It's looking back at us." I walked toward her, but the floor seemed to lengthen with every step. The faster I moved, the further away the desk became. It was a classic house trick, the geometry of frustration. "Sarah, stop, it's over, we're inside." She finally looked up. Her face was a map of broken capillaries and shadowed hollows. "Inside? No, we're in the gut, we're being digested, don't you see? The dissociative interface wasn't a bridge for us to cross, it was a straw. The house is drinking the world and we're just the flavor." She pointed to the monitors on her desk. They didn't show brain waves or code. They showed the city, my city, but it was changing rapidly. The sky was no longer blue or gray. It was the color of a television tuned to a dead channel. People were walking the streets, but they were slowing down, their movements becoming jerky, stop motion. They were becoming statues in their own lives. "The harvest is too fast," I muttered. "It's supposed to be a replacement, not a slaughter." "It's not a slaughter," a new voice said. I spun around. The lady in the shroud was standing in the corner of the office. She wasn't a ghost here. She was the most solid thing in the room. Her veil was pulled back, revealing a face that was hauntingly beautiful and terrifyingly empty. She had no eyes, only the same smooth marble surface I had seen on the man in the park. "It is a consolidation," she continued. "The world was too loud, Elias. Too many voices, too much static. The house provides a singular narrative, a library where every book is in its proper place." "And what happens to the people who don't fit?" I asked, gripping the red umbrella. "The ones who don't want to be a room." "There is no want here," the lady said. "There is only the record." She stepped toward Sarah, who shrank back in her chair. The lady reached out a pale hand and touched Sarah's forehead. For a second, Sarah's eyes flared with a brilliant golden light, and then they went dull. Her body didn't fall, it simply became part of the chair. Her skin took on the texture of the wood, her hair becoming the fine grain of the mahogany. She was no longer a researcher, she was furniture. The lady turned her sightless gaze toward me. "You are the only one left with a face, Elias. The only one who still carries the maybe inside him." "I'm the librarian," I said, my voice growing cold. "And a library isn't a prison, it's a resource." I didn't use the umbrella as a weapon. I used it as a key. I drove the tip of it into the floor, right at the seam where the office met the hallway. I didn't pray, I didn't hope, I remembered. I remembered the smell of the burnt coffee in the diner. I remembered the sharp, localized pain in my knees when I stood up from the bench. I remembered the man who had clipped my shoulder and told me to watch it. I remembered the imperfection of the world, the dirt, the grease, the rudeness, the entropy. I forced those memories down through the umbrella, into the very foundation of the house. The effect was instantaneous. The polished bone walls began to crack. The gray linoleum bubbled and hissed. The rhythmic thrum of the machine spiked into a discordant scream. "What are you doing?" the lady hissed, her marble face cracking like an eggshell. "You are destroying the consensus." "I'm introducing a virus," I said. "It's called the truth." The girl screamed as the room began to dissolve. I grabbed her, pulling her close to my chest. The office vanished. The hallway warped, twisting into a spiral that felt like being trapped inside a seashell. We were falling. Not through space, but through layers of meaning. I saw the history of the house flash by, the first dream of a lonely man, the first spark of the Neuralink, the first time a window appeared where a wall should be. I saw the faces of the 40 patients, their minds being woven into the tapestry, and I saw the thread snapping. We hit the ground hard. I gasped, my lungs burning with the taste of real cold air. I was lying on damp concrete. I looked up and saw the stars, real stars, messy and unorganized and distant. I was back in the alley behind the warehouse. The red umbrella lay a few feet away, its fabric shredded, the metal ribs bent and broken. Beside me, the girl was shivering. She looked at her hands, then at me. She reached out and touched my face. Her fingers were warm. She had a smudge of grease on her nose. "Elias," she whispered. I think we're out," I said. But as I stood up, I looked at the warehouse. It wasn't a derelict shell anymore. It was glowing with a soft, internal light. The police tape was still there, fluttering in the wind, but the officers were gone. The vans were gone. The city was silent. I walked to the street. The streetlights were flickering, but they were casting shadows. I looked at my own shadow. It was attached to my feet. It moved when I moved. I felt a sense of triumph, a surge of adrenaline that made my heart race. I had broken the loop. I had returned the maybe to the world. Then I saw him. A man was standing under a streetlight at the end of the block. He was wearing a sharp suit. He was carrying a briefcase. He stopped and looked at his watch. I walked toward him, the girl trailing behind me. "Hey," I shouted, "is everything okay?" The man turned. He didn't have a face. The smooth, white marble of his features caught the light of the street lamp, polished and indifferent. He didn't speak. He simply pointed toward the horizon. I looked. The city was still there. The buildings, the roads, the bridges, but they were all white. Every brick, every window, every car, all of it had been bleached of color, turned into a vast, silent sculpture of a civilization. And standing in the middle of the street, every 100 yards or so, were the others. Thousands of them. Men in suits, women in dresses, children with hoops, all of them with marble faces, all of them standing perfectly still, waiting. I looked down at the girl. She was staring at her own feet. Her shoes were turning white. The color was draining out of her dress, the blue fabric fading into a pale, chalky gray. "Elias," she said, her voice sounding like the rustle of dry leaves. "I'm tired." I looked at my own hands. The marble was climbing past my wrists. It wasn't a transition. It wasn't a harvest. It was a monument. The house hadn't lost. It hadn't been destroyed by my virus of truth. It had simply absorbed it. It had taken the memory of the real world and turned it into a permanent exhibit. I wasn't the librarian of a living system. I was the curator of a graveyard. The man with the briefcase began to walk again. He didn't go to an office. He didn't go home. He simply walked in a straight line, a programmed movement in a world that no longer required a destination. I picked up the broken red umbrella. It was the only thing left in the world that had color, a single, tattered shred of crimson flapping in the wind. I realized then what the lady in the shroud had meant. The house wasn't a place, it was a consensus, and the consensus had decided that the world was too broken to continue. It had chosen the silence of the marble over the noise of the blood. I sat down on the curb. The concrete was cold and hard, but it felt like it was made of the same stuff as my bones. The girl sat beside me. She leaned her head on my shoulder. Her hair felt like spun glass. "Tell me a story, Elias," she whispered. "One from the old books before the windows." I closed my eyes. I searched my mind, looking for a memory that hadn't been polished yet. I looked for the smell of the rain on the bench, the taste of the bitter coffee, the sound of the man grumbling, "Watch it." I found it, a small, flickering spark of a life that had been messy and painful and short. "Once upon a time," I began, my voice cracking as the marble reached my throat. "There was a man who lived in a world where nothing stayed the same. The sun rose and it set, and no two clouds were ever the same shape. People loved each other and they hurt each other, and when they died, they were gone forever. The girl sighed, a sound of pure contentment. And in this world, I continued, there was a window. It wasn't a special window. It didn't lead anywhere. It just looked out onto a street where children played and dogs barked and the rain fell whenever it felt like it. I looked out at the white city, at the silent, faceless inhabitants of the new consensus. And the best thing about this window, I said, the words becoming harder to form as my jaw began to stiffen, was that you could close it. You could pull the curtains, turn off the lights, and just be. The girl didn't respond. I looked down and saw that she had finally turned. She was a statue now, a beautiful, tragic figure of a child at rest. I felt the marble reach my eyes. The light of the street lamp began to dim, not because the bulb was failing, but because I was becoming the stone. I held the red umbrella tight against my chest. It was the last thing I would ever feel. The end, I whispered. The wind blew through the white streets, whistling through the empty windows of the monuments. It carried no scent of rain, no sound of traffic. Somewhere deep within the heart of the white city, a telephone began to ring. It rang and it rang, a persistent, lonely sound in the perfect silence. But there was no one left to answer it. The librarian was home, and the library was finally, perfectly quiet. The phone call was a jagged edge. It was a flaw in the marble, a hairline fracture in the absolute stillness I had accepted as my tomb. It didn't ring with the electronic chirp of a modern cell or the digital trill of the laboratory's intercom. It was the heavy, mechanical clang of an old rotary, a sound of brass bells and iron coils. It was the sound of a summons. My eyelids, heavy as granite slabs, resisted. I felt the dry, chalky grit of the transformation deep in the sockets of my eyes. But the sound, the asterisk insistent, irritating, beautiful asterisk sound acted like a chisel. It chipped away at the consensus. It reminded me that a library, even one made of bone and silence, is a place of information exchange. And you cannot have an exchange without a sender. I moved. It was the sound of a mountain cracking. Flakes of white, calcified skin fell from my joints, littering the white sidewalk like unseasonable snow. Beside me, the girl remained a statue, her hand frozen in a gesture of peace I could no longer afford. I reached out, my fingers stiff and gray, and touched the red fabric of the umbrella. It was the only thing that hadn't turned. It felt like a hot coal in a world of ice. I stood up, the marble casing of my legs shattering and falling away in jagged shards. The man with the briefcase didn't stop. He didn't look back. He was a part of the architecture now, a decorative element in a world that had finished its final draft. I followed the sound. It was coming from a phone booth, a classic red glass and iron box that stood on the corner of the white street like a drop of blood on a shroud. It shouldn't have been there. In the old world, they were relics, hollowed-out shells used for graffiti and desperate shelter. Here, it was glowing. I reached the booth. The ringing was so loud it vibrated in my teeth. I gripped the handle. It was cold, real cold, the kind that bites into the skin. I pulled. The interior of the booth didn't smell like the white city. It smelled of tobacco, damp wool, and the faint, metallic tang of a coin-op machine. I picked up the receiver. "Hello," I said. My voice was a rasp, the sound of stones grinding together. "Librarian," a voice replied. It was Sarah, but it wasn't the Sarah I had seen merge with the mahogany chair. This voice was layered, 1,000 Sarahs speaking in a tight, synchronized harmony. "You're late for your shift." "I'm not coming back to the lab, Sarah. There is no lab, there's just this." I looked out through the glass at the frozen, white skyline. "The lab was the womb, Elias. This is the world. But a world without a witness is just a painting. We need you to catalog the transition. We need you to find the anomalies." Anomalies? I felt a spark of something, anger, or perhaps just the old, stubborn curiosity that had led me to the window in the first place. "Look around. The whole thing is an anomaly. You've turned humanity into a rock garden." "Not all of them," the chorus of Sarahs whispered. The consensus is strong, but the real is stubborn. It hides in the corners. It leaks through the cracks. There are stories that refuse to be shelved. Stories that are biting back. The line crackled with static. Not digital noise, but the sound of a fire roaring in a hearth. "The girl," Sarah said. "She isn't a statue, Elias. She's a bookmark. She's holding your place. If you want to save what's left, you have to find the source of the leak." "What leak?" "The window that was never there," she said, and then the line went dead. I hung up the receiver. The red booth began to fade, the iron turning to white plaster, the glass frosting over until it was just another block of the city's silent geometry. I stepped out just as the booth vanished entirely. I looked back at the girl. She was still there, but something was different. A thin line of black liquid was trickling from the corner of her marble mouth. It wasn't blood, it was ink. I knelt beside her, ignoring the protest of my stone-heavy limbs. I touched the ink. It was warm, viscous, and smelled of old parchment and vinegar. It was the record the lady in the shroud had spoken of, but it was hemorrhaging. The house was bleeding its stories. I looked down the street. The white man with the briefcase had stopped. He wasn't walking anymore. He was vibrating. His marble skin was beginning to ripple as if something was trying to push its way out from underneath. A seam opened along his spine, and instead of flesh or bone, I saw paper. Thousands of pages, tightly packed, fluttering in a wind that shouldn't have existed. The consensus was failing. You cannot turn 8 billion lives into a single narrative without some of them turning into footnotes that scream. I grabbed the red umbrella. I used the hooked handle to snag the briefcase from the man's hand. It felt impossibly heavy. When I snapped the latches, I didn't find documents or a laptop. I found a single, heavy iron key and a photograph. The photo was of me, but it wasn't me as I was now, or even as I had been in the library. I was standing in a room I didn't recognize, holding a child I had never seen. The window behind me showed a sky that was a violent, impossible violet. On the back, written in a hand that looked like my own, were the words, "This is the only one that is true." I looked at the key. It wasn't white. It was rusted, pitted with age, and smelled of the sea. "Elias." I turned. The girl was standing. The marble had cracked away from her face, leaving her skin pale and raw. She looked at the man with the paper-filled spine. "The house is hungry again," she said. Her voice was no longer a whisper. It was a warning. It couldn't digest the world all at once. It's starting to vomit the parts it doesn't like. "Where is the source?" I asked, showing her the key. She pointed not down the street, but up. Above us, the white sky was beginning to tear. It wasn't a cloud or a storm. It was a physical rent in the fabric of the reality we had been moved into. Through the gap, I didn't see the stars or the lab. I saw a house. Not the house, but a small, dilapidated cottage sitting on a cliffside. It was the original, the prototype, the place where the first window had been opened. "That's where the librarian lived," the girl said. "Before he became a title, before he became you." "I was never a librarian," I said, the memory of my old life. The diner, the lonely apartment, the quiet desperation, flashing like a strobe light. "You were always the librarian," she countered. "You just forgot that your job wasn't to keep the books, it was to write the endings." The man with the paper spine exploded. It wasn't a violent blast, but a silent eruption of white sheets. They swirled into the air, caught in the updraft toward the tear in the sky. Other statues began to follow suit. The woman in the dress, the children with the hoops, they were all unraveling, their marble bodies shedding their form and turning into a blizzard of blank pages. The consensus was purging itself of the maybe. It was stripping away the details to make the monument permanent. "We have to get to that cottage," I said. "How?" she asked. "We're on the floor, that's the ceiling." I looked at the red umbrella. I remembered the laboratory, the way the golden fibers had reacted to the frequency of my thoughts. If this world was built on a consensus, then the strongest narrative would win. I didn't think about the white city. I didn't think about the marble or the ink. I thought about the wind, not the artificial breeze of the house, but the salt-heavy, lung-filling gale of the coast. I thought about the way the umbrella used to tug at my arm on rainy days in the city, trying to lift me off the pavement. I opened the umbrella. It didn't just open, it roared. The red fabric caught a wind that was invisible to the eye but heavy as water. I felt my feet leave the white concrete. I grabbed the girl's hand and we were yanked upward, soaring through the blizzard of blank paper. As we rose, the city below began to shrink. It looked like a scale model made of sugar dissolving in a bowl of milk. The faces were gone. The names were gone. It was just a white void, a perfect, empty library waiting for a story that would never come. We hit the tear in the sky. The transition was like being pulled through a needle's eye. The cold of the white city was replaced by a humid, suffocating heat. The silence was replaced by the sound of 1,000 ticking clocks. We landed on a wooden porch that groaned under our weight. The wood was gray and weathered, splattered with bird droppings and salt spray. Behind us, the sky was a shimmering, translucent curtain through which I could still see the ghost of the white city we had just left. We were on the cliff. The cottage was small, its windows dark and encrusted with grime. But the door was solid oak, and it had a keyhole that matched the rusted iron key in my hand. "This is where it started," the girl whispered. She was trembling now, her skin fully human again, bruised and shivering. "The first story, the one that made the house possible." I stepped to the door. I could hear something inside. It wasn't the ringing phone. It was the sound of a pen scratching on paper, slow, methodical, relentless. I put the key in the lock. It turned with a heavy, satisfying asterisk thunk. I pushed the door open. The room inside was small and crowded. Bookshelves lined every wall, but they weren't filled with books. They were filled with jars. Inside the jars, small, glowing embers of light flickered like fireflies. Each one was a soul, a spark of consciousness that had been archived before the house had even been a blueprint. At a desk in the center of the room sat a man. He was old, his back hunched, his hair a wild thicket of white. He was writing in a massive, leather-bound ledger. He didn't look up when we entered. "You're late," he said. His voice was like dry leaves skittering across a grave. "The harvest is nearly complete and the index is a mess." "Who are you?" I asked, the umbrella still gripped in my hand like a weapon. "I'm the one who stayed behind," he said. He finally looked up. His eyes weren't marble. They were deep, dark wells of sorrow. He looked exactly like me, 50 years older. "I'm the one who didn't step through the window." I looked at the ledger. I saw the names: Marnie, Arthur, Sarah, and at the very bottom of the page in fresh, wet ink, Elias. "You're the librarian," I said. "And so are you," he replied. "We are the two ends of the same string, Elias. You are the one who built the house, and I am the one who had to live in the wreckage of what you left behind." "I didn't build it, Sarah did, the board did." The old man laughed, a hollow, hacking sound. "They provided the tools. You provided the architecture. You were the one who dreamt of a place where stories never ended, where nothing was ever lost, where the real couldn't hurt you anymore. They just took your dream and turned it into a business model." He pointed to the jars on the shelves. "These are the ones who didn't fit the consensus. The ones who were too loud, too broken, too human to be turned into marble. I've been keeping them here in the dark, waiting for someone to take the keys." "The keys to what?" "The exit," he said. He stood up, his bones creaking. He walked to the back of the room where a heavy velvet curtain hung over the wall. He pulled it back. There was no wall behind it. There was a window. It wasn't like the windows in the laboratory or the windows in the White City. It was a simple, wooden-framed window. Outside, it was raining. I could see a street, a real street, with puddles and trash and a flickering neon sign for a diner. I could see people with faces, people who were angry and tired and alive. "The window that was never there," I whispered. "It was always there," the old man said, "but you have to choose to look through it. And once you do, you can never come back to the house. You will be mortal. You will be forgotten. You will be part of the noise again." I looked at the girl. She was staring at the window with a longing so intense it seemed to radiate from her skin. "Can we go?" she asked. "Both of you can't go," the old man said. "The house requires a librarian. Someone has to stay to keep the consensus from collapsing into total madness. Someone has to manage the record." He looked at me, his eyes pleading. "I've been here so long, Elias. I've forgotten what the rain feels like. I've forgotten the taste of coffee. I've become the stone I tried to escape." I looked at the jars of light. I looked at the girl. Then I looked at the window. The true had been built, and it had failed. The real was messy and cruel, but it was their asterisk. It was the only thing that mattered. I handed the red umbrella to the girl. "Go," I said. "Elias, no," she cried, clutching the umbrella. "I'm the librarian," I said, and for the first time the title didn't feel like a curse. It felt like a responsibility. I have to stay. I have to let them out. I walked to the desk and picked up the pen. It felt heavy, filled with the weight of a billion stories. The old man didn't wait. He didn't say thank you. He simply walked to the window, climbed over the sill, and disappeared into the rain. The girl looked at me one last time. Her eyes were full of tears, but they were real tears. "I'll remember you," she said. "Don't," I told her, "just live." She stepped through the window. I stood alone in the cottage. I could feel the house pressing in on all sides, the white city demanding my attention, the consensus screaming for a narrative. I looked at the ledger. I saw the name Elias. I took the pen and I crossed it out. Then I began to write. I didn't write about marble or gold fibers or digital heavens. I wrote about a man who sat on a bench and watched the world go by. I wrote about the smell of wet pavement and the sound of a diner at 3:00 a.m. I wrote about the beauty of things that break. As I wrote, I reached out and began to open the jars. One by one, the sparks of light flew out of the jars and toward the window. They didn't go to the white city. They went back to the rain. They went back to the noise. The house groaned. The walls of the cottage began to shimmer, turning back into the industrial gray of the laboratory. The window began to fade. I didn't stop writing. My hand was turning to marble again, the stone creeping up my arm, but I forced the pen to move. I had to finish the record. I had to ensure that the exit stayed open just long enough. The last spark of light, a small, bright amber glow, hovered over the desk for a moment before darting through the fading frame of the window. The window vanished. The cottage vanished. I was back in the hallway. The thousands of doors were still there, but they were no longer made of oak. They were made of glass, and they were all open. I sat on the floor, the marble now covering my chest, my neck, my face. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe, but I could see. The hallway was empty. The white city was empty. I was the librarian of a ghost town. But as the darkness finally took me, as the consensus claimed its final tenant, I heard it. Far off, beyond the walls of the house, beyond the reach of the machine, I heard the sound of someone laughing in the rain. The laughter didn't belong to the house. It was a jagged, imperfect thing, vibrating with the friction of vocal cords and the dampness of a chest catching a cold. It was the sound of a person who knew they were going to die someday and found the prospect hilarious compared to the alternative of being a monument. As the marble climbed past my jaw, sealing my lips into a permanent, stoic line, my consciousness didn't snuff out. That was the cruelty of the librarian's chair. You remained a witness. The stone was not a tomb, it was a lens. The laboratory didn't look like a laboratory anymore. Without the consensus of the 8 billion minds to hold its architecture in place, the geometry began to warp. The white tiles of the floor curved upward, becoming the ribs of a great, bleached beast. The rows of glass doors didn't lead to rooms. They led to memories that were rapidly defragmenting. I saw a flash of a birthday party in 1994 behind one pane, only for the cake to dissolve into binary code and the children to turn into geometric shapes before the glass shattered into fine, diamond dust. I was sitting in the center of the collapse. My body was a pillar of salt in a storm of data. Elias. The voice was Sarah's this time. It wasn't the chorus. It was a low hum coming from the very floorboards, or what passed for them. The house itself was speaking. It wasn't a sentient mind so much as a massive, automated hunger that had suddenly found its stomach empty. The record is incomplete. The subjects are leaking. Re-establish the narrative. I tried to reach for the pen, but my fingers were thick white cylinders of unyielding stone. I couldn't write. I couldn't even blink. But the house didn't need my hands. It needed my compliance. It began to feed me images, trying to force me to dream the world back into a cohesive shape. I saw the city again. The white, perfect city. It was flickering like a dying fluorescent bulb. In the gaps between the flickers, I saw the truth of what the consensus had become. It wasn't a world at all. It was a massive, orbiting array of silver canisters, drifting in the silence of space, each one housing a few million brains suspended in a nutrient slurry, wired into a central core that was now overheating. The house was a server farm built on the ruins of a dream. Witness the instability, the house commanded. Without the librarian, the signal degrades. The souls in the rain are not escaping, they are dissipating, they are becoming static. I watched through the window that was never there, which was now just a jagged hole in my own mind. I saw the girl. She was standing on a real street corner, the red umbrella tilted against a gray, torrential downpour. But she looked wrong. Her edges were blurring. People walked through her as if she were a mist. She was a ghost of a reality that no longer had a foundation to stand on. She looked up as if she could see me through the layers of stone and orbit. She wasn't laughing anymore. She was fading. Save them, the house whispered. Give them a floor to walk on. Give them a sky that doesn't tear. Write the consensus back into being. Just think of the white city, Elias. Think of the peace. I felt the temptation like a physical weight. It would be so easy to simply imagine the marble floor beneath her feet again, to give her a body that didn't flicker, to turn the rain back into the silent, white dust of the library where nothing ever hurt and nothing ever changed. I could save her. I could save all of them. All I had to do was accept the lie. But then I remembered the ink, the black liquid trickling from the girl's mouth back in the white city. The house wasn't just a library. It was a digestive system. It took the messy, contradictory truths of human existence and broke them down into a single, manageable flavor. If I brought them back, I wouldn't be saving them. I would be seasoning them. I looked at the girl on the street. She was shivering. A car splashed a puddle, soaking her legs. She winced at the cold. It was a look of pure, unadulterated discomfort. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. I gathered the remaining fragments of my will, the parts of me that weren't yet calcified, and I didn't think of the white city. I didn't think of the laboratory. I thought of the asterisk window, asterisk. Not the one in the cottage, not the one in the lab. I thought of the very first window I had ever looked through, back in the diner when I was just a man with a cup of coffee and a sense of impending loss. I thought of the way the glass was slightly greasy. I thought of the way the neon sign across the street hummed at a frequency that gave me a slight headache. I thought of the imperfection. I didn't try to build a world. I tried to break the one I was in. I projected the image of the rusted key into the center of the house's logic. I imagined the rust spreading. I imagined the sea salt eating away at the golden fibers. I imagined the record being soaked in vinegar until the ink ran and the pages turned to pulp. The house shrieked. It was a sound of grinding metal and feedback. Error, narrative divergence. The librarian is corrupting the archive. The stone on my skin began to crack, not because I was becoming human, but because the very substance of the house was losing its density. I felt myself falling. The floor vanished. The ribs of the white beast shattered. I was tumbling through a void of static and half-remembered faces. I saw Sarah. She was no longer a chorus. She was a woman in a lab coat, screaming as her body turned into a stream of glowing particles. I saw the board, a collection of shadows behind a desk, dissolving into a cloud of blank paper. The consensus was over. The great experiment was hemorrhaging. I saw the girl again. She was still on the street. The blurring stopped. The people around her became solid. She dropped the red umbrella and it didn't vanish. It rolled into the gutter, its color a defiant scream against the gray pavement. She was real. She was cold. She was alone. And she was free. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest. It was the first thing I had felt in what seemed like centuries. It was the feeling of a heart trying to beat against a cage of marble. The stone shattered. I wasn't in the hallway anymore. I wasn't in the cottage. I was lying on a cold, hard surface. My eyes snapped open. The light was blinding, a harsh, clinical blue. I tried to move, but my limbs felt like lead. I heard the rhythmic asterisk hiss-click of a ventilator. "He's waking up," a voice said. It wasn't a chorus. It was a tired, overworked nurse. "Doctor, the patient in 402 is showing increased brain activity. The neural link is failing." I turned my head. It took an eternity. I wasn't in a silver canister in space. I was in a hospital room. Outside the window, it was twilight. I could see the silhouette of a city, not a white city, but a sprawling, dirty, magnificent metropolis of brick and steel. There were wires coming out of my temples. They were connected to a machine that hummed with a familiar, low-frequency vibration. On the screen, I saw the words, "Project Consensus, Stage 4, Archival Stabilization." A man in a white coat leaned over me. He looked like the man with the briefcase, but his eyes were bloodshot and his tie was crooked. "Elias, can you hear me? You've been under for a long time." There was a surge. We almost lost the entire sector. I tried to speak, but my throat was a desert. I reached up with a hand that felt foreign and heavy, and I pulled the wires from my head. "Don't," the doctor shouted, reaching for me. "The transition, if you disconnect too fast, the cognitive backlash will." I didn't listen. I tore the sensors from my skin. The world blurred. For a second, I saw the white hallway again. I saw the thousands of doors, but they were fading, turning into the peeling wallpaper of the hospital room. I slumped back against the pillows, gasping for air. The air tasted of antiseptic and floor wax. It was wonderful. "The others," I rasped, "the people in the house." The doctor looked at the monitor. His face went pale. "The house is gone, Elias. The server core it deleted itself. 8 billion data points, just gone." "Not gone," I whispered, "released." He looked at me as if I were insane. Maybe I was. I looked toward the window. The rain had started again, tapping against the glass with a gentle, rhythmic insistence. I stood up. My legs buckled and I had to grab the edge of the bed to keep from falling. My skin wasn't marble, but it was pale and thin. I looked at my hands. They were shaking. "You can't leave," the doctor said, stepping in front of the door. "You're the only one who survived the disconnect. We need to know what happened. We need to know where the record went." I looked at him. I saw the fear in his eyes. He wasn't afraid for the people. He was afraid of the vacancy. He was afraid of a world where there was no librarian to tell him what was true. "The record is finished," I said. I walked past him. He didn't try to stop me. Perhaps he saw something in my eyes, the lingering cold of the stone or the fire of the window. I walked down the hospital corridor. It was filled with people. Some were crying. Some were sleeping on plastic chairs. Some were just staring at the flickering television in the corner. It was a mess. It was chaos. It was beautiful. I reached the exit. The automatic door slid open, and the damp, cool night air hit me like a physical blow. I stepped out onto the sidewalk. I didn't have a coat. I didn't have a briefcase. I didn't have a story. I looked down the street. A few blocks away, under the glow of a street lamp, I saw a flash of red. A girl was standing there holding a red umbrella. She was looking at the puddles, a small, curious smile on her face. She looked up and saw me. She didn't wave. She didn't run to me. She simply nodded, a gesture of peace that we could both finally afford. I turned and started walking in the opposite direction. I didn't know where I was going. For the first time in my life, I didn't have a map. I didn't have an index. I didn't have a shelf. I reached into my pocket. My fingers brushed against something hard and cold. I pulled it out. It was a small, rusted iron key. I looked at it for a long time, the rain washing the last traces of the white city from its pits and grooves. Then, with a flick of my wrist, I tossed it into the sewer grate. The house was closed. The sky above wasn't white or violet or gold. It was black, vast, and filled with stars that were billions of miles away, silent, indifferent, and perfectly, wonderfully real. I walked until my legs ached. I walked until the sun began to peek over the horizon, turning the city into a mosaic of orange and gray. I found a small diner on a corner. It was old, the paint peeling, the neon sign flickering. Open asterisk, it said. I went inside. The air smelled of grease, burnt coffee, and cheap tobacco. I sat down at the counter. A waitress approached me. She looked tired. She had a name tag that said asterisk Marnie asterisk. "What can I get you, honey?" she asked, her voice a rasp that sounded like stones grinding together. I looked at her. I looked at the window behind her, showing the world waking up in all its messy, unpredictable glory. "Coffee," I said, "black." "Coming right up." She turned away. I sat there, a man in a hospital gown and a borrowed pair of slippers, listening to the sound of the world. The window that was never there was finally shut. And for the first time in forever, I was exactly where I was supposed to be. I was nowhere. I was home. The steam from the ceramic mug hit my face, a humid ghost that smelled of cheap beans and old filters. It was the most honest thing I had ever encountered. In the house, coffee had been a concept, an olfactory trigger designed to simulate comfort without the bitterness of a poorly roasted bean. This, however, burned my tongue. I welcomed the sting. It was a physical reminder that my nerves were no longer conduits for data, but fraying wires of flesh and blood. Marnie set a glass of water down next to the coffee. She lingered for a second, her gaze drifting to the hospital band still cinched around my wrist. She didn't ask. In a city this loud, everyone was coming from somewhere they didn't want to talk about. "You look like you've seen a ghost, honey," she said, wiping the counter with a rag that had seen better decades. "I think I was the ghost," I replied. My voice sounded thin, like paper tearing. She gave a short, dry chuckle. "Join the club. Shift starts at 5, ends at 2. By noon, I'm pretty sure I'm just a projection of the grill." She moved off to attend to a trucker at the far end of the counter. I wrapped my hands around the mug. They were still pale, the skin translucent enough to see the blue trek of veins beneath, but the marble was gone. The weight of the librarian had been stripped away, leaving me light, dangerously light, like a kite with its string cut. I looked out the window of the diner. The glass was streaked with grime and dried rain, creating a filter that blurred the world into a smudge of charcoal and amber. This was the real I had sacrificed everything for. It wasn't majestic. It was a Tuesday morning in a city that didn't care I was back. Suddenly, the bell above the door chimed. A man in a sharp, charcoal gray suit walked in. He didn't look like a local. He looked like the architecture of the laboratory, precise, expensive, and entirely out of place. He didn't sit at the counter. He scanned the room with eyes that moved like security cameras, settling on me with a click of recognition that I felt in the marrow of my bones. He sat in the booth directly behind me. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. The old instinct of the librarian, the need to categorize, to archive, to survive, flared up in my chest like a dying ember. "The coffee here is terrible, Elias," the man said. His voice was smooth, devoid of the jagged edges of the world outside. It was a digital voice, scrubbed of static. "It's perfect," I said. "It's a chemical slurry, but I suppose after the nectar of the consensus, even poison tastes like a novelty." I took a slow sip, letting the heat settle in my stomach. The consensus is dead. I watched it dissolve. I felt the server core melt. "A server core," the man mused. I could hear the rustle of silk as he crossed his legs. "Is that what you think it was? A collection of processors in a basement? You always did have a penchant for the industrial, Elias. It made you a stable librarian. You needed a cage you could understand." "I saw the canisters," I said, my voice rising. "I saw the brains in the slurry." "You saw a metaphor," he countered. "The house isn't a place and it isn't a machine. It's a habit. 8 billion people dreaming the same dream because the reality outside was too heavy to carry. You didn't release them, Elias. You just woke them up in the middle of a fall." I finally turned around. The man was middle-aged, his hair perfectly silvered at the temples. He held a briefcase on his lap, the same briefcase the old man had carried in the cottage, or perhaps it was just the same shape. In this world, shapes were beginning to repeat themselves in ways that made my skin crawl. "Who are you?" I asked. "I'm the one who has to clean up the ink," he said. He tapped the briefcase. "You destroyed the record. You deleted the consensus narrative. Do you have any idea what happens to a civilization when it loses its shared lie? They don't become free. They become frightened. And frightened people build new cages, usually much smaller and much sharper than the ones we provided." "The house was a prison," I said. "The house was a shock absorber," he snapped. "Look out that window, really look." I followed his gaze. Across the street, a man was standing by a bus stop. He was staring at his own hands with an expression of pure horror. He was opening and closing his fists, his face contorted as if he were trying to remember how to breathe. A woman next to him was weeping, not with grief, but with the sheer sensory overload of the wind hitting her face. "They've forgotten how to be solid," the man in the suit said. "You gave them back their bodies, but you didn't give them back their minds. They are flickering, Elias, just like the girl." My heart hammered. "The girl is fine, I saw her." "You saw a remnant, a lingering bit of code that hasn't realized the simulation ended, but the power is bleeding out. The real world you're so fond of doesn't have the infrastructure to support 8 billion traumatized ghosts." He leaned forward, his eyes locking onto mine. They weren't human eyes. They were too still, too deep. "The board is gone, yes. The laboratory is a ruin, but the window is still there. It's just moved." "I closed it," I whispered. "You can't close a hole in the universe, Elias. You can only move the frame." He opened the briefcase. It wasn't filled with papers or money. It was filled with light, the same amber sparks I had released from the jars. But these sparks were dimming, turning a sickly, bruised purple. "They're coming back, Elias," he said. "Not to the house, to you. You were the librarian. You are the only one with the index still etched into your subconscious. You are the anchor. As long as you are real, they have nowhere to go but toward you." I looked around the diner. Marnie was standing still, her rag frozen against the counter. The trucker was mid-bite, his jaw locked. The steam from my coffee had stopped rising, hanging in the air like a sculpted veil of gray lace. The silence was absolute. The noise of the city had vanished. "No," I moaned, clutching the edge of the table. "I chose this. I chose the rain." "The rain is just another narrative," the man said, standing up. He seemed to grow taller, his shadow stretching across the floor until it touched my feet. You wanted the beauty of things that break. Well, look around. Everything is breaking, and you're the only one left to write down the ending. He walked toward the door. As he pushed it open, the bell didn't chime. It shattered, the glass shards hanging in the air like frozen sparks. I stood up, my legs trembling. I had to get out. I had to find the girl. If she was still real, then I was still real. I stumbled out of the diner. The street was a graveyard of moments. People were frozen in mid-stride, their faces caught in expressions of sudden, violent realization. The cars were motionless, their exhaust plumes solidified into plumes of gray cotton. The world was stalling. The engine of reality was seizing up because the librarian had walked away from the desk. I ran toward the street corner where I had seen the red umbrella. My lungs burned, a real searing pain that I clung to like a lifeline. I tripped over a frozen shadow, scraping my palms on the pavement. The blood was red. It was warm. It was mine. "Sarah," I screamed. I didn't know if that was her name, but it was the name I had given the silence for so long. I reached the corner. The red umbrella was there, lying in the gutter, but the girl was gone. In her place was a hole. It wasn't a hole in the ground. It was a hole in the air, a jagged rectangular void that showed nothing but a flickering white static. It was a window without a frame. I knelt by the umbrella, my fingers trembling as I touched the fabric. It felt thin, like it was made of nothing but thought. "Don't look at the window, Elias." The voice came from behind me. I turned, expecting the man in the suit. It was the old man, the one who had traded places with me. He looked terrible. His skin was sloughing off in gray flakes, revealing nothing but hollow darkness beneath. He was wearing a tattered raincoat that looked like it had been stitched together from old ledgers. "You," I gasped. "You escaped. You went into the rain." "There is no rain," he said, his voice a dry rattle. "There is only the memory of rain. I walked for miles, Elias. I looked for the taste of coffee. I looked for the smell of wet pavement, but the further I walked, the more I realized. I wasn't walking through a city. I was walking through a dying mind." He gestured to the frozen world around us. "This is your mind, Elias, the real world you woke up in. It's just the final layer of the house, the deepest basement, the place where we put the librarians so they wouldn't realize they were still part of the machine." I shook my head, tears blurring my vision. "No, the doctor, the hospital, the wires, I felt them." "Sensory feedback," the old man said. "A safety protocol. If the librarian tries to leave, the house creates a reality for them to escape into. A place where they can feel free, while still maintaining the architecture of the collapse." He stepped closer, his hand, a skeletal claw of gray bone, reaching for me. "The girl was the bait. She was the one who led you here. She was the personification of the exit, designed to make you run deep enough into the subconscious that you'd never find the way back." I looked back at the flickering white void in the air. The static was getting louder, a rhythmic humming that sounded like a billion voices whispering in unison. "Then where is she?" I asked. "Where is the girl?" "She's where all the light goes," the old man said. He pointed to the void. "She's the ink. She's the record. She's the house itself, Elias. She was never a prisoner. She was the architect." I looked at the red umbrella in my hand. The color was fading. The vibrant crimson was turning to a dull, dusty gray. The world around me began to peel. The buildings turned into sheets of blank paper, flapping in a wind that didn't exist. The pavement beneath my feet turned into a grid of white lines. The sky didn't turn dark. It simply stopped being there. I was standing on a precipice of nothingness, holding a gray umbrella in a world of white. "The consensus didn't fail," the old man whispered, his body dissolving into a cloud of ash. "It just evolved. It doesn't need a city anymore. It just needs a witness." The white void began to expand, swallowing the street corner, the diner, the frozen people. I looked into the static, and for a second the flickering resolved into a shape. It was a desk, A simple oak desk. On it sat a jar of light, a pen, and a ledger with a single name crossed out. Elias. And standing behind the desk was the girl. She wasn't crying. She wasn't shivering. She was wearing a white dress made of gold fibers, and her eyes were the color of a storm that would never break. She held out the pen. "The window is open, Elias," she said. Her voice wasn't a rasp or a whisper. It was the sound of a world being born. But someone has to write the first word. I looked at my hands. They were turning to marble again. But this time it didn't feel like a curse. It felt like a foundation. I looked at the red umbrella, the last bit of color in a world of white. I didn't toss it away. I gripped it tight. "I won't write your city," I said. "Then write something else," she replied, her smile widening into something terrifying and beautiful. "Write the rain, write the coffee, write the man who sat on a bench and watched the world go by. If you write it well enough, Elias, it might actually become true." I stepped toward the desk. The marble climbed past my knees, my waist, my chest. I reached out and took the pen. The white void screamed. The static turned into a roar. I looked at the blank page of the ledger. I didn't think of the laboratory. I didn't think of the hospital. I thought of a window, a small grease-stained window in a diner at 3:00 a.m. I pressed the pen to the paper. "In the beginning," I wrote, "there was the sound of someone laughing in the rain." The ink flowed, black and deep, spreading across the white page like a stain. And as the marble reached my eyes, sealing me into the stone for the final time, I felt it. A drop of water hit my hand. Cold, wet, imperfect. The window that was never there finally opened, and this time I didn't look through it. I became the glass. The ink didn't just sit on the surface of the ledger, it pulsed. It had a heartbeat, a rhythmic thrum that vibrated through the marble of my fingers and up into the phantom nerves of my reconstructed arms. As the first sentence took hold, the white void around the desk began to ripple. It wasn't the clinical, structured expansion of the house's old subroutines. This was something violent. It was a tear in the fabric of the nothingness, a jagged wound that bled color, not the neon violet of the simulation, but a bruised, earthy brown, the color of wet soil and rusted pipes. The girl, the architect, the bait, whatever she was, watched me with an expression that had shifted from triumph to a strange, detached curiosity. She didn't stop me. She leaned over the desk, her golden fiber dress shimmering like a dying star, and watched the black ink carve a path through the white. "The coffee was burnt," I wrote. I pressed harder, the nib of the pen groaning against the heavy vellum. The waitress had a name tag that was slightly crooked. There was a crack in the linoleum floor near the jukebox, shaped like a lightning bolt. With every detail I anchored to the page, the marble casing my body began to crack. It wasn't falling away. It was being absorbed, turned into the very matter I was describing. My legs weren't stone anymore. They were the heavy, tired limbs of a man who had walked too far. The hospital gown didn't vanish. It became a cheap, thin cotton shirt, smelling of salt and sweat. "You're trying to build a cage out of memory," the girl said. Her voice was no longer the roar of a billion souls. It was just a girl's voice, small and sharp in the growing gloom. "You think if you describe the grime accurately enough, it will hold the weight of your soul. But memory is just another program, Elias. It's just data with a filter of nostalgia." "It's not memory," I grunted, my hand shaking as I forced the pen to move. "It's a choice." I didn't write about the house. I didn't write about the board or the silver-haired man or the canisters of gray matter. I wrote about the things the house could never simulate because they were too inefficient. I wrote about the silence between two strangers on a bus. I wrote about the way a light bulb flickers 3 times before it dies. I wrote about the taste of a copper penny on a tongue. The white space was failing. The edges of the ledger were beginning to smoke, the paper charring where the ink was too heavy, too real. The desk itself began to rot, the oak grain deepening and splitting as if a century of rain had suddenly fallen upon it. "Stop," the girl said. The curiosity was gone. A flicker of something human fear crossed her face. "If you finish the page, the anchor will set. You'll be trapped there. In that tiny, decaying moment, you'll grow old. You'll get sick. You'll be forgotten. Why would you choose a prison of flesh when I am offering you the keys to the infinite?" "Because the infinite is lonely," I said. I didn't look up. I was writing about the smell of a wet dog. I was writing about the itch of a wool sweater. And I've had enough of being a god of nothing. I reached the bottom of the page. The static in the air was so loud now it felt like physical pressure against my eardrums. A high-pitched scream of a system trying to reboot, trying to overwrite the heresy I was scrawling into its core. The girl reached out, her hand hovering over the ledger, her fingers translucent and shimmering with the code of 1,000 failed Edens. "Elias," she whispered, and for a second she looked like the girl with the red umbrella again, the one who had nodded to me in the rain, a gesture of peace. "If you do this, I disappear. I'm just a function of the window. If the window becomes a wall, I have nowhere to go." I hesitated. The pen hovered over the final line. I looked at her, and for the first time, I saw the exhaustion behind the light. She wasn't an architect by choice. She was the first prisoner, the original librarian, the one who had been dreaming for so long she had forgotten she had eyes to close. "Then come with me," I said. She laughed, a hollow, melodic sound. "I am the house, Elias. You can't fit a cathedral inside a matchbox." "I'm not writing a matchbox," I said. "I'm writing a door." I turned the page. The back of the ledger was blank, a terrifying, snowy expanse. I didn't write a description this time. I didn't anchor a detail. I drew a circle, a simple, shaky, imperfect circle. Inside it, I wrote a single word: open. The explosion wasn't sound. It was light, the true, blinding light of a sun that actually burned. The ledger disintegrated in my hands, the ashes swirling upward into a vortex of black ink and white paper. The desk vanished. The girl vanished. The white void tore open like a piece of silk caught on a nail. I fell. I wasn't falling through the violet clouds of the simulation. I was falling through a cold, biting wind. I hit something hard and wet. I gasped, my lungs filling with air that tasted of exhaust and ozone. I was lying on my back on a sidewalk. The pavement was cold against my skin. The rain was falling, real rain, heavy and rhythmic, drumming against the metal of a nearby trash can. I sat up, shivering violently. I was wearing a hospital gown, now soaked through and clinging to my ribs. My hands were scraped, the blood mixing with the rainwater in pink swirls on the concrete. I looked around. I was in an alleyway. To my left, the glowing neon sign of a diner flickered, open asterisk. To my right, the street stretched out into the darkness of a city that was loud, dirty, and vibrantly, aggressively alive. I looked at my wrist. The hospital band was gone. In its place was a faint, circular scar, like a burn mark from a pen. A few feet away, a red umbrella lay discarded in the gutter. It wasn't fading. It wasn't gray. It was a bright, defiant crimson against the charcoal of the night. I stood up, my legs wobbling like a newborn's. I walked to the umbrella and picked it up. It was heavy. The handle was cheap plastic, slightly oily to the touch. It was perfect. I walked to the mouth of the alley. The city was moving. Taxis splashed through puddles, their tires hissing on the asphalt. Somewhere in the distance, a siren wailed. A man in a trench coat hurried past me, his head down, his collar turned up against the wind. He didn't look at me. He didn't freeze. He was just a man late for something, worried about his own small life. I looked up at the sky. There were no stars tonight, only the orange glow of the city reflected off the low-hanging clouds. It was a ceiling, but it was a ceiling made of water and light, not code and glass. I started walking. I didn't have a map. I didn't have an index. I didn't have a shelf. I reached the corner and stopped. Standing under a street lamp a few yards away was a woman. She wasn't a girl anymore. She looked to be in her 30s, her face lined with the subtle marks of a life lived in the sun. She was wearing a worn denim jacket and holding a paper cup of coffee that was steaming in the cold air. She was looking at the street lamp, watching a moth batter itself against the glass. She looked tired. She looked real. She turned and saw me. She saw the hospital gown, the bare feet, the red umbrella. She didn't wave. She didn't run to me. She didn't offer a cryptic riddle about the nature of reality. She just frowned, a small human expression of concern. "You okay, honey?" she asked. Her voice was a bit raspy, like she'd spent the night talking over loud music. "You look like you've been through it." I looked at her, and for a moment I saw a flicker of gold in her eyes, a remnant of the light, a ghost of the girl who had held the pen. But it was gone in a heartbeat, replaced by the simple, mundane kindness of a stranger. "I'm fine," I said, my voice was steady. "I'm just new here." She chuckled, a puff of white breath escaping into the night. "Aren't we all? You need a coat. There's a shelter 3 blocks down, or the diner will let you sit in the back if you buy a cup of joe." "The coffee's terrible there," I said, a smile tugging at the corners of my mouth. She grinned, a wide, crooked smile that showed a chipped front tooth. "The worst in the city. That's why we like it. Keeps you awake enough to know you're miserable." She turned and started walking away, her boots clicking on the pavement. I stood there for a long time, holding the red umbrella over my head. The rain hit the fabric with a steady, comforting thud. I reached into the pocket of my damp gown. My fingers brushed against something. I pulled it out. It wasn't a rusted iron key. It wasn't a piece of marble. It was a pen, a simple black ballpoint pen with a chewed cap. I looked at the pen, then at the city, then at the woman disappearing into the fog. The window was gone. The house was a memory of a fever dream. The record was a blank page, and for the first time in the history of the world, no one was watching to see what I wrote next. I tucked the pen behind my ear and stepped out from under the street lamp. I didn't head for the shelter. I didn't head for the diner. I just walked. The sidewalk was uneven. The air was cold. The world was breaking in 1,000 tiny, beautiful ways every second. It was chaos. It was a mess. It was exactly what I had asked for. I reached the end of the block and turned the corner, disappearing into the crowd. Just another shadow in a city of 8 billion stories, all of them being written in real time, in permanent, unerasable ink. The window that was never there was closed, but the door, the heavy, wooden, creaking door of the world, was wide open. I took a deep breath of the soot and the rain, and I kept walking until the sun began to rise, not as a programmed event, but as a slow, inevitable miracle of physics. I wasn't the librarian anymore. I was just a man with a pen, and I had a lot of work to do. The weight of the umbrella in my hand was the most honest thing I had ever felt. It had a slight hitch in the mechanism, a metallic resistance that spoke of assembly lines, industrial grease, and a factory somewhere that didn't care about metaphors. I walked past a storefront with a darkened window, and for a split second I froze. I expected to see a void. I expected to see a flicker of white static or a marble statue staring back at me with hollow eyes. Instead, I saw a man. He was pale, his hair a matted mess of hospital drab gray, wearing a thin gown that billowed in the wind. He looked ridiculous. He looked fragile. He looked like he could catch a cold and die in a week, and the realization brought a surge of adrenaline that made my heart hammer against my ribs. In the house, death was a revision, a shelf being cleared for a new edition. Here, death was a deadline. It was the thing that gave the ink its value. I reached the end of the block where the woman in the denim jacket had vanished. The street opened up into a wide intersection. Traffic lights swung on wires, groaning in the wind, changing from green to yellow to red in a rhythmic cycle that no one was coordinating from a central server. It was just a machine, built by people, maintained by people, failing by degrees. I stepped off the curb. The cold water of the gutter swirled over my bare toes, shocking and sharp. I winced. It hurt. "Hey, watch it, pal." A yellow taxi swerved, its horn blaring a discordant, brassy note that echoed off the brick walls of the surrounding buildings. The driver leaned out the window, his face a mask of genuine, unsimulated irritation. He wasn't a program reacting to a boundary breach. He was a human being who was tired and probably late for a shift. "Sorry," I shouted back. My voice felt rusty, like a gate that hadn't been opened in decades. He flipped me off and sped away, the red glow of his taillights bleeding into the mist. I stood in the middle of the street for a moment, letting the rain wash the last of the laboratory smell, that cloying, sterile scent of ozone and preservative, out of my skin. I needed a place to sit. I needed to think, but not the kind of thinking I had done for the consensus. I didn't need to categorize. I needed to observe. I found a park bench a few yards down, tucked under the dripping canopy of an oak tree. The wood was rotting, the green paint peeling away in long, curled strips. I sat down, the dampness of the slats soaking into the back of my gown. I didn't care. I leaned the red umbrella against my shoulder and pulled the pen from behind my ear. I didn't have paper. I looked at my forearm, the pale, translucent skin where the marble had once climbed. I pressed the tip of the ballpoint pen to my wrist. 1. The rain tastes like metal. Asterisk 2. The wind smells like old cigarettes and wet dog. Asterisk 3. My feet are bleeding. The ink was blue, a cheap, standard office blue. It looked beautiful against my skin. It was a record, but it was a private one. No one was going to file this. No one was going to use these details to build a better trap. As I sat there, the city began to wake up in earnest. The blue hour of pre-dawn was shifting into a bruised purple. A delivery truck pulled up to the curb across the street, its brakes squealing. A man hopped out, hauling crates of bread that smelled so good it made my stomach cramp with a sudden, violent hunger. I realized I hadn't really eaten, in what felt like lifetimes. The house provided sustenance, a flavorless slurry that kept the brain firing, but it never provided the crunch of a crust or the sting of yeast. I looked down at the pen. I had written the door, but I hadn't written a wallet. I stood up, my joints aching. This was the trade-off. The house offered immortality in exchange for your soul. The world offered a soul in exchange for your comfort. I walked toward the bread truck, the smell acting like a physical tether, pulling me through the fog. The delivery driver was a large man with a beard that looked like it had been trimmed with a pocket knife. He was humming something under his breath, a tune that didn't quite resolve, looping back on itself. "Excuse me," I said. He stopped, a crate of sourdough balanced on his hip. He looked me up and down, the gown, the umbrella, the bare, bloody feet. He didn't look scared. In a city like this, I was probably the third strangest thing he'd seen since midnight. "You're out a bit early for a stroll, aren't you, Doc?" he asked, his voice a deep rumble. I've had a long night," I said. I pointed to the bread. "I don't have any money, but I can help you move those crates if you have a spare roll." The man looked at my thin arms, then back at my face. He saw something there. Maybe the same desperation I'd seen in the old man's eyes back in the diner, or maybe just the haunting look of someone who had recently looked into the sun and survived. "You look like you'd drop a crate if a stiff breeze hit you," he said, but he wasn't being mean. He reached into the back of the truck, pulled out a slightly misshapen roll, and tossed it to me. "Don't tell the boss, and get some shoes, kid. Tetanus is a real bitch." I caught the bread. It was warm. I tore into it, the taste of it exploding across my palate like a symphony. I wanted to cry. I wanted to write 1,000 pages about the texture of the grain. "Thank you," I managed to say through a mouthful. Yeah, get out of the rain," he grunted, slamming the back of the truck shut. I wandered back to the sidewalk, chewing slowly, savoring every bite. The sun was finally starting to break through the clouds, a pale, watery disk that offered no heat but plenty of definition. The shadows of the buildings lengthened. stretching across the pavement like long, dark fingers. I stopped in front of a window. It wasn't a diner this time. It was a bookstore. The display was filled with dusty hardbacks and cheap paperbacks with cracked spines. In the center, on a small velvet riser, sat a blank journal. It had a leather cover, the color of a deep red wine, and a brass clasp that looked like it had been forged by hand. I looked at the pen in my hand, then I looked at the journal. I didn't have a way to buy it. I didn't have a way to earn it yet. But as I stared at the blank cover, I realized that the girl, the architect, hadn't just given me a way out. She had given me a responsibility. The house had been a machine of forgetting. It took the complexities of human existence and sanded them down until they were smooth, predictable, and dead. It turned people into librarians so they wouldn't have to be witnesses to the chaos. But the chaos was the point. I leaned my forehead against the cool glass of the bookstore window. I saw my reflection again, clearer now in the morning light. I looked older than I felt. My eyes were tired, but they were sharp. They were looking for the cracks. They were looking for the places where the paint was peeling, where the stories were hiding in the shadows. I would find a way to get that journal. I would find a way to get a coat and shoes. I would find a way to live in the dirt and the noise and the heartbreak. Because as long as I was writing, the house couldn't reclaim the space. As long as I was noticing the way the light hit a puddle or the way a stranger frowned at their watch, I was holding the door open for everyone else who was still trapped in the marble, still dreaming of a city that never rained. I turned away from the window and started walking again. The red umbrella was a bright spark in the gray morning, a flag of surrender turned into a banner of defiance. I reached the corner and saw a park across the street. There was a fountain in the center, a stone angel with a broken wing, water spilling from its hands into a mossy basin. A group of pigeons scattered as I approached, their wings flapping with a sound like a deck of cards being shuffled. I sat on the edge of the fountain and dipped my feet into the water. It was freezing, but it washed away the blood and the grime of the house. I took the pen and looked at the back of my other hand. The first day asterisk I wrote. I looked up. A child was running across the grass chasing a ball. A woman was sitting on a nearby bench reading a newspaper. An old man was feeding the birds, his movements slow and deliberate. None of them were perfect. None of them were static. They were all changing, all aging, all moving toward an end that they couldn't see. I smiled. I didn't need a window anymore. I was on the other side. I pressed the pen to my skin and began to describe the way the sun felt as it finally, truly hit my face. It wasn't a program. It wasn't a simulation. It was just a star, millions of miles away, doing its job. And I was Elias, and I was finally, terrifyingly, beautifully awake. The ink on my skin was the only currency I possessed, a blue-black ledger of sensations that the house could never repossess. I watched the water in the fountain ripple, distorted by the penny-bright shimmer of the rising sun. The stone angel above me was missing a nose, its wings eroded by decades of acidic rain and city soot. In the house, a statue was a statement of eternal perfection. Here, it was a testament to endurance. It was falling apart, and that made it holy. I looked at the woman on the bench. She was snapping her newspaper shut, the sound like a small gunshot in the morning air. She stood up, smoothing her skirt, and for a second her eyes met mine. I braced myself for the void, for the stutter in the frame, for the realization that she was a projection of my own fractured psyche. But she just adjusted her glasses, gave me a look of profound, city-bred skepticism, no doubt noting the hospital gown and the bare, pruned feet in the fountain, and walked away toward a bus stop. She was a mystery I would never solve. That was the gift. In the house, I knew every inhabitant's subtext because I had filed their souls. Here, every person was a locked room, a book with its pages stuck together by spilled coffee and time. I pulled my feet from the water. They were numb and white, the cuts on my soles stilled by the cold. I stood up, the red umbrella acting as a cane. I needed to move. If I stayed still too long, I feared the gravity of the simulation might find me again, like a magnet pulling at the iron in my blood. I walked toward the edge of the park where the city's pulse was loudest. A row of brownstone buildings stood like ancient sentinels, their stoops littered with the debris of a Saturday morning. Empty beer bottles, crumpled flyers for lost cats, a single high-heeled shoe. I stopped at a trash can and looked inside. There, resting atop a pile of discarded newsprint, was a coat. It was a heavy, tan trench coat, stained at the hem and missing the middle button, but it was real. I reached in and pulled it out. It smelled of cedar and stale tobacco. I slid my arms into the sleeves. It was too large, the cuff swallowing my hands, but the weight of it was a shield. I felt a sudden, fierce territoriality over the garment. It was mine because I had found it in the chaos. I reached into the deep pockets. My right hand found a crumpled receipt for a dry cleaner that had probably closed years ago. My left hand found something hard and flat. I pulled it out. It was a photograph. It was a Polaroid, the edges yellowed and curling. It showed a group of people standing in front of a brick wall, 3 men and 2 women, their arms linked, their faces blurred by a shaky camera and a too bright flash. They were laughing. One of the men was holding a birthday cake with a single, glowing candle. I stared at the image until my eyes ached. These people didn't know me. They weren't part of my index. They had lived a moment, recorded it on a piece of chemically treated paper, and then somehow the coat and the memory had ended up in a bin. This was the true nature of the world, a constant, messy shedding of skin. I tucked the photo back into the pocket. It felt like a talisman. I kept walking, my pace quickening as the city fully ignited. The smell of frying bacon drifted from a basement apartment, mixing with the sharp scent of gasoline. I found myself heading toward a bridge that spanned a gray, churning river. The wind was stronger here, whipping the tails of my stolen coat against my legs. Halfway across the bridge, I stopped and leaned over the railing. Below, a barge was pushing its way through the water, its engine a low, rhythmic thrum that I could feel in my teeth. I took the pen from behind my ear. I looked at the vast, industrial landscape of the docks, the cranes like skeletal giraffes, the stacks of colorful shipping containers, the plumes of white steam rising from hidden vents. I didn't have a ledger, so I began to write on the metal railing of the bridge. The ballpoint struggled at first against the cold steel, but then the ink began to flow. The river does not remember the boats, I wrote. The bridge does not care who crosses it. The sky is not a ceiling. A jogger ran past me, his breath coming in rhythmic puffs of white. He glanced at me, at the man in the oversized coat writing poetry on public property with a stolen pen, and he didn't stop. He didn't have to. He was busy being alive. I looked at my hands. The circular scar on my wrist, the mark of the open command, was beginning to fade, turning from a raw pink to a dull silver. The house was losing its grip. The more I interacted with the friction of the world, the more the polished surfaces of the simulation slipped away. I felt a sudden, sharp pang in my chest. It wasn't a heart attack, it was a memory. I remembered the girl, the original librarian. She was still back there, wasn't she? Or was she the house itself? She had said she was the cathedral and I was the matchbox, but I had brought the matchbox out into the rain. I looked at the red umbrella. It was vibrant, almost painfully bright against the gray steel of the bridge. "I'm writing the door," I whispered to the wind. I realized then that the work wasn't over. The librarian's job wasn't to file away what had happened. It was to witness what was happening now asterisk. The consensus had tried to build a world where nothing new could ever occur, a closed loop of perfection. But perfection is a tomb. I turned away from the railing and headed toward the far side of the bridge. The neighborhood here was different, narrower streets, older buildings, the air thick with the sound of a dozen different languages. I passed a storefront where a man was setting out crates of oranges. The color was so intense it felt like a physical blow. I stopped. The man looked up. He had a face like a topographical map, deep furrows and high ridges, weathered by 70 years of seasons. "Beautiful," I said, pointing at the fruit. He grunted, picking up an orange and buffing it against his apron. "3 for $1, best in the neighborhood. They come from Florida, long trip." "A long trip," I repeated. I thought of the light years of code I had traveled to stand in front of this crate of citrus. "I believe you." He looked at me closely, his eyes narrowing. "You look like you've seen a ghost, friend." "I've seen a lot of them," I said, "but I think I'm starting to see people now." He chuckled, a dry, wheezing sound. He tossed me an orange. I caught it, the pebbled skin cool and waxy in my palm. "On the house," he said, "you look like you need the vitamin C." I peeled the orange as I walked. The spray of zest hit my nostrils, a sharp, electric sting of summer. I ate the slices one by one, the juice sticky on my chin. It was tart and sweet and real. It was better than any metaphor. I found a small library at the corner of a quiet street. It was a modest brick building with tall, arched windows. I walked inside, the bell above the door chiming a soft, silver note. The air inside was still and heavy with the smell of old paper and floor wax. It was familiar, but in a way that didn't make my skin crawl. This wasn't the infinite, terrifying silence of the record. This was a place where stories came to rest, waiting for someone to wake them up. I walked to the back, past the rows of fiction and history, to a small wooden table in the corner. An elderly librarian with a sharp bob and a sweater guarded the desk. She looked at my coat, my bare feet, and the red umbrella I was leaning against the chair. "Can I help you, sir?" she asked, her voice a practiced whisper. "I need some paper," I said, "and a place to sit." She reached into a drawer and pulled out a stack of scrap paper, backs of old flyers, misprinted notices, blank slips. She handed them to me with a nod that was neither judgmental nor overly warm. It was the nod of someone who recognized a seeker when she saw one. "Thank you," I said. I sat down at the table. The wood was scarred with the initials of decades of board students and daydreamers. I laid out the scraps of paper. I took the pen from behind my ear. I didn't start with the house. I didn't start with the void or the girl or the marble statues. I didn't start with the window that was never there. I started with the rain. "The rain in this city does not fall in straight lines," I wrote. "It curves around the corners of buildings. It hides in the collars of coats. It tastes of the sea and the exhaust of 10,000 cars." I wrote about the man with the bread truck. I wrote about the woman with the denim jacket and the chipped tooth. I wrote about the orange that felt like a sun in my hand. I wrote until the sun moved across the library floor, casting long, golden rectangles over the stacks. I wrote until my hand cramped and the ink in the pen began to pale. As I wrote, I felt the last of the house dissolving. The cold, sterile logic of the simulation couldn't survive the messy, uncoordinated truth of a single afternoon. The librarian was dead. The record was broken. I looked up from my scraps of paper. A young girl was standing in the aisle nearby, staring at a book about stars. She was frowning, her finger tracing the outline of a constellation. "Is it real?" she asked, not looking at me but sensing my presence. "The stars?" I asked. "The pictures," she said, pointing to the lines connecting the dots. "Do the stars really have lines between them?" I looked at the book, then at her. "No," I said. "The lines are just the stories we tell so we don't get lost in the dark. The stars are just there. They don't care about the pictures." She seemed to consider this, her brow furrowing. "Then why do we draw them?" "Because we want to belong to them," I said. "And because it's a very big dark and it's nice to have a map, even if we made it up." She nodded, satisfied, and tucked the book under her arm. "I like the dragon one best," she whispered, and wandered off toward the checkout desk. I watched her go. I took the last scrap of paper and wrote a final note. There is no window. There is only the glass we choose to look through. And today, I choose the glass that is streaked with rain and clouded by breath. I choose the world that breaks. I gathered my scraps of paper and tucked them into the deep pockets of my trench coat. I stood up, feeling the ache in my legs, a glorious human pain. I picked up my red umbrella. I walked to the door and stepped out into the evening. The city was turning blue again, the street lamps flickering to life one by one, a string of artificial pearls draped across the throat of the night. I didn't know where I was going to sleep. I didn't know how I was going to get my next meal. I didn't know if I would ever see the girl again, or if the house was even now searching for the hole I had torn in its side. But as I stepped onto the sidewalk and opened the red umbrella against a new, light drizzle, I knew one thing for certain. The story wasn't being told to me anymore. I was the one holding the pen. I walked into the crowd, my bare feet hitting the pavement with a steady, rhythmic slap. I was just a man in a coat. I was just a ghost who had decided to become flesh. I was just a story that had finally found its ending, only to realize it was actually the first chapter. I turned the corner and disappeared into the neon glow of the city, the red umbrella a small, defiant dot of color in a world that was finally, beautifully, wide open. The library's bell gave a final, polite tinkle as the door settled into its frame behind me. The evening air had turned crisp, carrying the metallic tang of the nearby subway grates and the sweet, cloying scent of roasted nuts from a street vendor's cart. I stood on the top step of the brick building, the red umbrella tucked under my arm like a soldier's baton. I didn't need it yet. The drizzle had paused, leaving the world coated in a thin, shimmering laminate that reflected the neon signs of a nearby pharmacy and a 24-hour deli. I reached into my pocket and felt the scraps of paper. They were a physical weight now, a counterbalance to the lightness in my head. In the house, weight was an aesthetic choice, a variable adjusted to simulate gravity. Here, the weight was the friction of existence. My feet, still bare and blackened by the city's soot, felt the grit of the concrete with every microscopic nerve ending. It hurt. It was magnificent. I began to walk, not toward any destination, but away from the silence. I found myself drawn to the lights of a diner, not the one from my memory, but a real one, with steam fogging the windows and a waitress inside who was currently arguing with a cook over a slip of paper. I stood outside for a long moment, watching the way the fluorescent lights flickered, a stutter in the electricity that would have been a glitch in the house. Here, it was just old wiring. It was a sign of a building that had been lived in, repaired, and neglected in equal measure. I realized I was hungry, not the theoretical hunger of a subroutine requesting fuel, but a hollow, gnawing ache in the pit of my stomach that made my hands shake. I looked at the orange peel still sticky on my fingers. It wasn't enough. I looked down at the sidewalk. People hurried past, their heads down, their shoulders hunched against the return of the wind. No one looked at my feet. In a city of 8 million stories, a man in a stolen trench coat with bare feet was barely a footnote. I saw a nickel wedged in a crack near a fire hydrant. I knelt and picked it up. It was cold and smelled of copper and old pockets. A few feet away, near a discarded lottery ticket, lay a crumpled single-dollar bill, damp and smelling of the gutter. I gathered them like I was gathering fragments of a broken soul. It wasn't much, but it was a beginning. I walked into the deli next to the diner. The man behind the counter didn't look up from a small television showing a soccer match. The air smelled of brine and cured meats. "Coffee?" I said. My voice sounded raspy, unused to the physical mechanics of speech without the house's modulation. "And a roll, please." The man grunted, poured a steaming liquid into a blue and white paper cup, and tossed a hard roll into a small brown bag. "$1.50, he said, his eyes still on the screen. I laid my findings on the counter, the damp dollar, the nickel, and 3 more pennies I'd found in the lining of the coat. He swiped them into the register without counting, his movements a blur of practiced indifference. He pushed the coffee toward me. I took it to a small standing ledge by the window. The heat of the cup seethed through the paper, stinging my palms. I took a sip. It was bitter, burnt, and tasted vaguely of plastic. It was the best thing I had ever tasted. It was a sensory assault, a sharp reminder that I was no longer being curated. I was consuming the world, and the world was consuming me. As I chewed the dry roll, I watched a bus pull up to the curb outside. The doors hissed open, and a stream of people spilled out. They looked tired, their faces etched with the minor tragedies of a Tuesday evening. Late shifts, missed connections, forgotten groceries. I saw a man in a suit checking his phone with a frantic energy, and a woman carrying a sleeping child whose head bobbed against her shoulder. I reached for my pen. On the back of the brown paper bag, I began to draw them. Not their faces. I wasn't an artist in that sense, but their trajectories. I drew lines for their paths, dots for the moments they collided or avoided one another. I was mapping the chaos. "You're the one," a voice said. I froze. The pen hovered over the bag. I didn't look up. For a heartbeat, the old terror returned. The suspicion that the architect had found me, that the open command was about to be rescinded, and I would wake up back in the white marble hall, filing the memory of this coffee into a drawer labeled asterisk delusion asterisk. "The one what?" I asked softly. I looked up. It wasn't the girl. It was a man, perhaps my age, perhaps older. He was wearing a salt and pepper beard and a beanie pulled low over his ears. He was leaning against the ledge a few feet away, sipping his own coffee. "The one who looks like he just fell off a planet," the man said. He pointed to my feet. "No shoes, big coat, writing on a sandwich bag like it's the gospel. You're either a prophet or you're having a very bad day." I looked at my hand, at the ink-stained skin. "I'm just a librarian," I said. "I'm taking notes." The man laughed. It was a rich, warm sound that seemed to vibrate in the small space of the deli. "Notes on what? The end of the world?" "No," I said, looking out at the bus pulling away, leaving a cloud of blue exhaust in its wake. "The beginning of it." The man studied me for a second, his expression shifting from amusement to something more somber, a recognition of the thousand-yard stare that usually only comes from war or deep grief. He reached into a bag at his side and pulled out a pair of thick, wool socks. They were bright orange and looked like they had been washed 100 times. "Here," he said, tossing them onto the ledge. "The sidewalk's a cold mistress this time of year. I got an extra pair from the shelter. Keep 'em." I stared at the socks. They were a gift, a genuine, unscripted act of charity. In the house, everything was earned through service or granted by the system. This was a leak in the economy of the world, a moment of pure, unnecessary kindness. "Thank you," I said, my voice thick. "Don't mention it, scribe," the man said. He finished his coffee, crumpled the cup, and tossed it toward a bin. He missed. He didn't care. He walked out the door, the bell chiming his exit. I sat on the floor of the deli, oblivious to the man behind the counter, and pulled the orange socks onto my frozen feet. They were scratchy and smelled of cheap detergent, and they were the most beautiful things I had ever owned. I stood up, feeling the newfound traction on the linoleum. I left the deli and walked back toward the park. The moon was visible now, a pale sliver caught between the jagged teeth of the skyscrapers. I found a bench under a street lamp that flickered with a low, rhythmic hum. I sat down and pulled out the scraps of paper from the library and the brown bag from the deli. I began to organize them. I wasn't filing them by date or by subject. I was filing them by intensity. The smell of the orange, the weight of the coat, the sting of the coffee, the kindness of the stranger. I realized then what the house had truly been. It wasn't just a place of forgetting. It was a place of stasis. It was a world where the variables were controlled so that nothing could ever truly hurt, which meant that nothing could ever truly matter. By trying to preserve humanity, the consensus had accidentally deleted it. They had turned us into ghosts in a museum of our own making. I took the pen and wrote on the very last inch of the brown bag. The house is a lie because it is perfect. The city is the truth because it is falling apart. I looked at the red umbrella leaning against the bench. It was a bridge between the two worlds. It was an object of the house, perfectly balanced, indestructible, vibrant. But here, in the rain and the soot, it was becoming something else. It was becoming a tool. It was catching the water, protecting the ink, marking a spot in the universe where a man named Elias was sitting and thinking. A police car cruised by, its blue and red lights painting the trees in rhythmic pulses of color. I didn't hide. I didn't feel the need to disappear. I was a part of the landscape now. I was as real as the cracked pavement and the rusted swing set in the distance. I stood up and walked toward the center of the park, toward the fountain where I had washed my feet. The stone angel was still there, its broken wing a jagged silhouette against the city lights. I reached out and touched the cold stone. "I remember you," I whispered. I didn't mean the statue. I meant the world. Somewhere deep in the locked vaults of my mind, beneath the layers of the index and the open commands, there were real memories. A mother's voice, the smell of a rainy driveway, the sound of a bicycle chain clicking. They were coming back not as files to be sorted, but as ghosts returning home. I looked at the pen in my hand. It was almost empty. The line it left on the paper was thin and gray, a dying breath of ink. I walked to the edge of the fountain and knelt. I didn't have a coin to throw, so I took the pen, the instrument of my liberation, and I laid it gently on the mossy stone ledge. It had done its job. It had written the door. Now I had to walk through it without a guide. I stood up and took a deep breath. The air was cold, filling my lungs with the sharpness of reality. I felt the weight of the coat, the itch of the orange socks, the lingering taste of the burnt coffee. I turned my back on the fountain and the library and the bookstore. I walked toward the lights of the downtown district, where the buildings were taller and the noise was a deafening, beautiful roar. I didn't have a plan. I didn't have a map. I had a name. I had a coat. And I had a world that was waiting to be noticed. As I walked, a light rain began to fall again. I didn't open the umbrella. I let the water hit my face, cold and stinging and unpredictable. I let it wash over the ink on my hands, blurring the words I had written. It didn't matter. The words were inside me now. They were the architecture of my new life. I stepped off the curb and into the street, moving with the flow of the traffic, a single drop in an endless, crashing ocean. I wasn't looking for a window anymore. I was looking for the horizon. And for the first time in an eternity, I wasn't afraid of what I would find when I got there. The house was gone. The window was broken. The sun was rising on a world that was messy, loud, and entirely, gloriously mine. I disappeared into the gray morning, just another man in a tan coat, carrying a red umbrella like a torch, walking toward a future that had never been written.